Let's go over our syllabus overview. This will include what exactly we will be learning in this training. I have broken down my training in 10 modules. Module 1 is understanding Linux concept. That will be understanding what Linux is, how do we use Linux every day, and Unix and Linux difference. Now, every module that I have, 1 through 10, will have quizzes, homework, and handouts. And I will highly encourage you to please go over the quizzes, do your homework, and read every handouts that I have attached to each lesson. In Module 2, we'll download, install, and configure our Linux system. We will install Oracle. We'll go over what exactly the Oracle VirtualBox is. We'll go over some Linux distributions, different ways to install Linux. We'll download our CentOS, and we will install and configure our Linux operating system. I will cover the entire installation of Linux and Red Hat. Then we have Module 3, which is about system access and file system. What is a file system? How do we access the file system? Some of the important things to remember in it. File system paths and navigation commands, directory listing overview, wildcards, finding directories and files, and soft link and hard links. In Module 4, we'll cover Linux fundamentals, and those are command syntax, file permissions, file ownerships, adding text to files, piping through commands, file maintenance commands, display commands, text processing commands, and there's so many different commands that you will be learning. And of course, at the end of every module, I'm keep reminding you that we will have quizzes, handouts, and homework to do. In Module 5, there will be system administration related tasks, and those are like doing a VI editing, creating user accounts, managing them, monitoring them, talking to other users. Utility commands, processes, schedules, how do you schedule commands and how do you run processes? System monitoring commands, OS commands, finding system information, and bunch of information. And at the end of it, I have also included how to recover root password in case you forget it. Then we have Module 6, which is shell scripting. This module is all about shell scripting, and it's not just a basic shell scripting. I have including advanced level shell scripting for you, such as if then, for loop, do while. Those are type of shell scripting you will be learning. In Module 7, I will cover networking, servers, and system updates, such as how do you assign a static IP. And the best part of Module 7 is that I have included services like DNS, NTP, SendMail, web server, and central logger. In this module, you will learn all of them. Now tell me, is there any other Linux training or Linux course that you see that covers all those other services as well? And why do I include it? Because I do want you to learn and get the job at the end. So you will also learn how to create your website. Awesome. And that website will run on your Linux machine. Then we have Module 8, which is disk management and run levels, which will cover the Linux boot process, file transfer, LVM configuration, and RAID. And 9 is all about resume. We'll go over the resume workshop and job and description of a system administrator, what exactly you will be doing when you become system administrator. The last module is all about interview. We will have an interview workshop. This is where I will tell you how you have to do the interview, how you're going to go about applying for a job, what you should expect when someone calls you back, how you're going to be dealing with headhunters or HRs. And at the end of this module, the amazing part of this module is 200 plus interview questions that I have included. I really encourage you to go over every question and answer them. And once you have answered all of them, you will be proficient in Linux. So you ready?
Thank you so much for enrolling in my course. I am honored. Now, if you have any questions along the way while you are taking my training, please do not hesitate to send me a text message or email me, or whichever way that you prefer to contact me. Another thing I do want to ask you is that nowadays Udemy asks you for a course rating or review very early. Probably you would watch my videos for 15 to 20 minutes and you will get a pop-up window to rate my course. If you think that my course does not worth 5-star yet, then please click on skip and have it remind you to the end of this course. Then you should decide whether my course worth 5-star or not. So let's get started.
What is Linux? So of course, we are gonna learn Linux, but we do want to know what exactly Linux is. Linux is an operating system. It's just like any other operating system. For example, Microsoft has Windows, Apple has Mac, Sun, which is now owned by Oracle, they have Solaris running on Spark hardware. So Linux is an operating system which sits in the middle of your hardware and the users. And the users are the one who run the applications. So it's like a middleman or a bridge that takes the commands from users and translate them to hardware. So look at this picture. So you see a computer, right? So without an operating system, this computer is considered like a dumb terminal. It doesn't do anything. So how does it work? So we have this terminal, which is of course a piece of brick. You open the tray of that computer, you insert your CD or DVD in. That CD or DVD has the operating system image sitting on it, whether it's a Windows or whether it's Linux or whichever operating system that you are installing. So you boot your computer from that operating system. So once you're booting it up, it goes through the installation process. That installation process is going to ask you a bunch of questions like how do you want the operating system to be configured, how do you want your disk partition, how many users you want to have installed, and so on. So once the installation is done, then at the end of the installation, it's going to ask you to reboot. You reboot the computer and it comes up to the welcome screen and it will say welcome to Linux or welcome to Windows or whichever the operating system that you're installing. So then you could attach external devices to it. For example, you could attach keyboard to it, you could attach mouse to it. So you use these mouse and keyboards, you type certain commands, you use applications and type them, and then you send it to your operating system. Then your operating system takes those commands and forward it to other hardware or other system peripherals. So some of them are, for example, we have printer. So if you are running an application, for example, you're running Microsoft Word, you type it in with your keyboard and then you want to print that document, right? So the operating system will take that document and send it to your printer, and your printer will spit out the document that you want to print. Or if you are running other programs, for example, you are online, you're checking your email, or you are running some online program or even games. So you are using your keyboard or your mouse, you communicating with your operating system, and the operating system communicates with your hardware, and that's how it communicates to other devices on the network. Let's look at Unix versus Linux and see what are the differences. But before we get into finding the differences, we'll find out what Unix is. Unix was first developed for multi-user and multitask purposes in mid-1970s in Bell Labs by AT&T, GE, and Massachusetts Institute of Technology. There was an operating system, but it was not allowing for multi-users or multitasking. So that was one of the purpose for creating that. Then born Linux in 1991 by a student named Linux Torvalds. Linux is mostly free and Linux is open source. So what Linux free means is you could install the Linux operating system in any of your computer hardware. There are a few Linux distributions that are not free, like Red Hat, where you would have to pay for support and subscription. And the open source means that the Linux code that was derived from Unix is actually open to the public, to the community. So they could go in and make changes to that code and make the operating system the way they want it to work in their own way. Unix is mostly used by Sun, and the operating system is called Solaris. By the way, Sun is now bought out by Oracle, and also other operating systems that are Unix is used is HPUX by HP, AIX, and some other distributions of Unix. Linux is used mostly by developer communities or companies like Red Hat, CentOS, Debian, Fedora, SUSE, Ubuntu, and there are so many of them. Even if you go out and search for Linux distributions, you will find so many of them. Unix is comparatively supports very fewer file system. Now, what is a file system? That is something that we will cover later. But there are fewer file systems that's supported by Unix operating system and a lot more file systems that are supported in Linux flavors. Linux can be installed on a variety of computer hardware, ranging from mobile phones, tablet, video games, consoles, to mainframe and supercomputers. It's just like you cannot install Mac operating system on a Dell machine. You have to install Mac operating system on a Mac hardware. Just like that, Unix is only installed on certain hardware, whereas Linux, you could install pretty much on every hardware that is out there running AMD or Intel processor. So these are the few basics about Unix and Linux, and I hope you will find more information if you're curious about it online. What is Oracle VirtualBox? And of course, why do we need to know about VirtualBox? Well, for this course, you do need to install CentOS Linux operating system on your computer, and there are two ways you could install it. One, you could remove the existing operating system that you have on your computer, or you could install VirtualBox on top of your existing Windows operating system or Mac, and then you could install CentOS, so this way you won't lose anything. So basically, VirtualBox is a free and open source hypervisor for x86 computers currently being developed by Oracle Corporation. It installs on your existing Intel or AMD based computers, whether they are running Windows, Mac, Linux, or Solaris. It extends the capabilities of your existing computer so that it can run multiple operating systems on one hardware at the same time. Let's see how it works. So you have the hardware layer, and then on top of it you install the operating system. Of course, it could be any one you have, that is Windows or Mac. And then you install Oracle VirtualBox. It's just a program, a software that you install on your machine like any other software that you would install. Once you have installed Oracle VirtualBox, then you could install Linux on it as a separate small version of operating system. You could have Windows on it, or you could have Mac on it. So this VirtualBox allows you to have multiple operating system on the same hardware. In this lesson, we will cover the Oracle VirtualBox download and its installation. First of all, you would have to go to Google and type Oracle virtual box download. And then the first link you'll see here, go to download. If your operating system is Windows, you will click on Windows host. Once you click on it, it will ask you to save the file. I can save the file, but since it takes some time, I have already saved the file previously to save some time. This is the file, the executable file that's been saved. Run. Click next. Leave everything default setting. Create a start menu entry. You could leave that. Create a shortcut on your desktop, that's fine. Create a shortcut in a quick launch bar, I don't like that. And register file association, you could leave that. Network and installing the Oracle VirtualBox and network feature will reset your network adapter connection temporarily. That's fine. Proceed and install. Do you want to allow the following program to run? Install the software? Yes. Would you like to install this device software from Oracle? Yes. If you notice quickly, this created a quick desktop shortcut on your desktop. It is trying to install another device software. That's fine. Click install. I'm just gonna say always trust anything that's coming from Oracle Corporation and just click on install. So this way it's not gonna bother me again. And there you go. Oracle VM VirtualBox installation is complete. Click Start Oracle VirtualBox after the installation. Yes, you could leave that checkbox. Click Finish. And let's cancel this. And there you go. That's the first welcome page of the VirtualBox. And that's where we have actually completed the installation of the VirtualBox. From here on, you could create a new virtual machine, and once we create a new virtual machine, we will install Linux CentOS operating system on that virtual machine. Creating virtual machine. In this lesson, we will create our first virtual machine, and on which we will be installing our CentOS Linux operating system. Well, virtual machine is basically nothing but a shell, a container which holds the information of a machine, CPU, memory, disk, and all the resources. This virtual machine is going to be sharing the resources wherever it is installed. So let's say if it is installed on my laptop, it will be sharing the resources from my laptop. The Oracle Virtual Box. I'm going to open it up. Okay, so this is the window for the Oracle VirtualBox. I'm gonna click on New. The name I will pick is My First Linux VM. And if you notice, the VirtualBox is smart enough to pick the operating system type and version for you. You probably notice that you probably not gonna see the 64-bit. You are probably seeing 32-bit. Now, if you are seeing a 32-bit, then either your computer is a 32-bit architecture or the virtualization technology is not enabled. First, let's find out if my computer is 64 or not. So let's go to Start menu, Computer, and I'm going to click right click and go to properties. Once the property comes up, you will see here, it will tell you if it's Windows 7 PC. And right here, you're going to see where it says system type, it says 64-bit operating system. So that's one way, that's one of the reason that when I'm building my virtual machine, it is coming up 64-bit operating system. The second reason you might not going to see 64 is if you don't have virtual technology enabled in your BIOS setting. If that's the case, I have actually pasted an article in in this lesson, and there is a link to it. I would recommend that you could go to that link and try the settings that are recommended and see if it changes to 64 setting. I'm sure it will work. If not, you could always email me back. So I'm gonna leave these settings here. I'm gonna click next. Now here it's gonna ask me the size of the memory I want to assign to this virtual machine. Now by default it's picking up 1 gig of memory. Now you should also keep in mind how much memory do you have actually in your laptop. So in my laptop I have, let's look at my computer again, right click, properties, and you will see here my computer has installed memory is 4 gig. So it is wise that I keep the memory below that digit, that number. So I have 4 gig, so I'm gonna give 1 gig of that memory to this virtual machine. And click next. Create a new virtual disk. Yes, it will create a brand new virtual disk. Next, leave the default. Dynamically allocated, leave the default. Click close. Then this is the size of the disk. By default, it picks 8 gig. I want to pick 10 gig just to be safe. So I'm gonna just click inside of this box, remove, and type 10. And click create. And there you go. This is my first virtual machine that is created. Again, think of it as a piece of hardware that's been created for me. I'm on the assembly line. I'm putting the CPU, I'm putting the memory, I'm putting the hard disk, I'm putting everything in that machine, and I built that machine. So once the machine is built, what is the next step? Next step is to install the operating system. And in our course, we will be working with CentOS operating system. So I'm going to power this on and I'm going to install the operating system. But of course, before I go ahead and install the operating system, I do need the software ISO image. So in the next lecture, we will cover how we're going to download the ISO software, and then how we could attach that software to this Linux VM, and then we will boot off of that software. What are the different ways to install an operating system? Well, there are many different ways, but the most common ways I'm going to cover, there are 3 most common ways. And the first one is through the CD or DVD. Now, you have a CD or DVD of an operating system, whether it's Linux, Windows, or Mac. The installation procedure of installing an operating system is the same. So the first one is you pop the tray out of your computer, whether it's a server or laptop or workstation. You pop the CD-ROM drive out, insert the CD in, and then boot from CD. Now this is the most common way, and once the CD is installed, inserted, the installation program begins. The second way is through the ISO image. You install or you actually download the image from the vendor website. Let's say if you're installing Red Hat, CentOS, Windows, you go to Red Hat website or you go to Microsoft website, you download the ISO image, you attach that ISO image to the virtual disk of your computer. Now, how do you access the virtual disk? Every computer has a console access. For example, Dell has iDrag, HP has ILO, and so on. So there are many different manufacturers have their different way of accessing their console. Once you access the console, you could attach this ISO image as a virtual disk and start the installation. In our lesson, this is what we will be following. The third method is the network boot. This is also common in bigger organizations where they are building hundreds of computers, installing operating systems, hundreds of them a day. That's when you need a network boot. Basically, you tell your computer to go to a specific IP and a specific folder that is being shared by a shared server. That could be either NFS server or Samba server that attaches that file. You give an IP address and then you do the network boot. So these are the three common ways to do the operating system installation. And again, for our lesson, we will be covering the second one, which is the ISO download. We have already downloaded it, and we will attach that ISO to our virtual environment and do the installation.
Hello and welcome to CentOS installation. This is the fun part. Yes, this is where we're gonna get our hands dirty. We're gonna go ahead and download the CentOS ISO image file from the internet. Once we have it downloaded, then we will go through the installation, a complete installation of CentOS Linux operating system. So are you ready? So now I want you to go ahead and open up your browser, any browser that you prefer, whether it's IE, Firefox, or Chrome. So let's go in. I have my browser open already. I will go into Google. Now, the second step is you could use Google or any search engine that you like. And I want you to type CentOS download and hit enter. Once you hit enter, you will get the first link. I want you to go ahead and click on it, or you could simply go ahead and click on download. But first, let's go to this first link. So on the first link or the first page, you will see download CentOS. Now, sometimes you will see three options in this page. One is a DVD ISO, second one is everything DVD ISO, and third one is minimal ISO. If you are seeing three, or if you're seeing two right now, it doesn't matter, because what we need is DVD ISO. This is the one that we need to click on. So go ahead and click on DVD ISO. This will bring you to the links where the ISO images are saved. So all those links are actually the links to the servers, or they're oftentimes referred to as mirrors. These mirrors, when you click on it, will take you to the file where the file location is. So go ahead and pick any one of your choice. I will recommend that you pick the first one. So go ahead and click on the first one. Once you click on the first one, it will ask you or prompt you to save the file. You have to save the file to the location. So go ahead and click OK. If you do not know where the file is being saved, you see this little arrow here. If you are using the Firefox, you will see this little arrow here. Click on it and it will tell you that it is being downloaded right now. I do not want to download because I have already downloaded that file previously, because I don't want it to waste time, your time and my time, to go through the complete download. So let's minimize this page. Let's go to our desktop, because all my downloads go into my desktop. Now you already have this CentOS file. Okay, now I want you to go ahead and click on, or double click on your Oracle Virtual Box, the icon you have on your desktop. If you do not have that icon on your desktop, then you go to the start menu and find that up, and you will go ahead and start from here. When it opens up, you will see the My First Linux VM, the one we created earlier. These two, you're probably not going to see it because I was playing around with some Windows virtual machine. Anyways, just you could just ignore them. Um, Click on the my first Linux VM and click on Start. Now this is powering up your virtual machine. This is exactly the same way as if you powering on your physical machine by pressing the button on it. So now it is asking, since this virtual machine has no operating system, so by default it's asking you to attach a virtual disk to it. So it is asking where is the location of that virtual disk which you want to install that operating system. So go ahead and click on this little icon which will browse us to our desktop where we have our ISO image saved. Click on this little one and you'll see right here on our desktop folder, when you click on our desktop, you come down and you'll see right here it says CentOS 7, which we have downloaded a few minutes ago. So go ahead and click on Open and click on Start. By the way, this top thing right here is telling you you have option to capture keyboard option turn on. This will cause the virtual machine to automatically capture. You could just go ahead and cancel it. Now it's telling you at this screen, it's telling you this is a CentOS 7. Install CentOS 7, test this media and install CentOS 7, or do the troubleshooting. Right now, by default, test this media and install CentOS 7 is selected. You do not want to test this media. Usually this option is picked when you have a DVD install, and the reason we do the test because sometimes the DVD have scratches on it. That's why we wanted to go through the test. So since this is ISO image, we don't do that. So go ahead and hit up arrow key on your keyboard and it will select or highlight the top one. It says install CentOS 7, and now go ahead and hit enter. It is actually bringing the ISO image, copying the files that are needed to actually install the operating system. So it will go through certain startup processes. It will start up the GUI that will allow us to go through the installation of the Linux CentOS operating system. We will give it a minute for the GUI to come up. See right here it says starting installer, one moment, and the installer, the GUI itself is called Anaconda. This is the name they have given. Why? I don't know, but this is the name. If you wanted to keep in mind, you just remember that Anaconda is the GUI tool or the GUI wizard that will help you to install the Linux operating system. Now you are on the welcome to CentOS 7 welcome page. What language would you like to use during the installation? By default, English, and I am in United States, so I'll pick English, United States. If you are in any other country, I will recommend that you pick that country, or if you want to pick a different language, you could pick that. However, I am not going to tell you how you could go through the installation with different language. Anyway, so I would prefer that you stay on English, and then you could pick a different country. Now go ahead and click on continue at the bottom right. Okay, so now it says please complete items marked with this action, this icon, before continuing to the next step. Now the date and time is the first one. We have already pre-selected America's New York time zone. If you want to change the time zone depending on which time zone you are in, go ahead and click on it and change the time zone. Keyboard, by default it selects English and US. Language support, again English, United States. Installation source, local media, which means that we are installing the operating system through the local ISO image. So it's already been selected. Perfect. Next stop, software selection. This is where it has by default the software selection as minimal install. If you leave that as is minimal install, then it will install the Linux operating system, but it will not have any GUI on it. Well, remember one thing, most of the time in corporate environment there are no GUI on Linux. But since we are going through some practice, we will go through some GUI practices as well, because I do want you to know how GUI works in Linux as well. So we'll go ahead and click on software selection, and that's where we will pick a couple of different additional software that are required. In the minimum install, we have other options as well. If you wanted to use system administration tools or any other tools, you could pick them. We could leave as default. Compute node, anything, any debugging tools, directory clients, hardware monitoring tools, development tools. Most of these tools are used by developers. Since we are not going through the development training, we will leave that as is. Infrastructure server. What type of server are we going to run on this machine? I will tell you, you could pick any one that you think you might need it later on. You could pick the DNS server for now, because we are going to cover DNS, which is bind, in this training. So you could pick DNS. If you do not pick DNS server at this time, there is no issue. We could always install DNS server or package later on. But anyway, just to show you how it works, I just selected one DNS name server. Anything else that you wanted to select here, you could. If you don't want to, just follow my lead. Then let's go to the next one, says file and print server. You could leave everything as is. As said, basic web server, we don't need it. Virtualization host, no. Server with GUI, yes, this is where we have to come in. And if you notice, as you are going down, all the other options that were available on the base environments are actually added here as well. So don't worry about it, they are repetitive. It's not that this option will have a different DNS server and with this base environment. So right now we are in the server with GUI environment. I want you to go down and pick KDE, which is KDE is a Plasma workspace, a highly configured graphical user interface. I also want you to pick Java platform, because if we are running certain application that requires Java, we could bring that up. Let's see what we have. We have all the virtualization tool. Okay, I think we are good here with the KDE. Now the next one is Genome Desktop. Now Genome Desktop are the desktop that also provide some type of applications for the user. Let's say if you wanted to use Firefox, or if you wanted to use calculators or something on the GUI side, then you could select this desktop as well. So go ahead and click on Genome Applications. Any other tools we need? Internet application, email, chat, video conferencing software. We don't want that, because most likely in corporate environment you will not be using any of these. KDE Plasma workstation, workspaces, development and creative workstation, and that's pretty much it. You don't really need any other applications or add-ons for the selected environment. Now go ahead and click done. Now you will see this option right here it will tell you checking software dependency. It means it is going to our ISO image and asking that ISO image, hey, this user has selected these many packages. Do you have these packages for me to install on this operating system? It's going to say, hey, okay, no problem. Let me go ahead and check that. So it's checking the source, and it's checking the software dependency as well. So what is needed for those add-ons that we need to install. Installation destination, while it's running, we'll go to the next one. It says installation destination. Now, how do we want to partition our disk? Installation destination right now, it says automatic partitioning selected. If you want to change that, meaning right now we have 10 gig, this is the disk size that we selected when we were creating the virtual machine. This disk size has shown up here, is telling us we have 10 gig of disk space. How do you want to partition it? We are telling it automatically configure the partitioning. If you know, or if your organization has a requirement to partition a disk into different slices or different partitioning, then you will go ahead and click on I will configure partitioning. Now go ahead and click on done. Next one is kdump. Kdump is enabled if something goes wrong. K means kernel. If there is something wrong with your system, a kernel is going to write some messages, some logs, that is often referred in Linux language as a dump. That is enabled. So it's always a good practice to leave that enabled. So this way, if you are troubleshooting with your vendor, let's say if you have CentOS Red Hat involved, they could go ahead and take a look at your logs. Next one we have is networking and hostname. Okay, we are on a network and hostname configuration. At the bottom you'll see hostname. Go ahead and highlight what we have right now and hit delete and type in the host name of the Linux operating system. We'll type the same one as we picked for our VM, my first Linux VM, and click on apply. As soon as you click on apply, you'll see the current host name will change to the host name that you have picked. Now the second thing is to configure the Ethernet. Now remember, by default, if your machine or your virtual machine, this is your virtual machine, if it is running on a PC that has 1 gig of network port, it will show up here as speed 1 gig. And right now it is showing it's wired for me because I have selected, or my machine where I'm running this virtual machine is wired. So go ahead and click on configure. And by default, it will show up the tab as Ethernet ENP0S3 is the name of our network adapter. So we'll click on General and we'll click Automatically Connect to this network when it is available. The rest of the setting is blacked out by default. You could leave as default. IPv4 setting is the setting for automatic DHCP. If you want to assign an IP, then you would have to change it to manual, but we want the IP to be assigned automatically, so we will leave it as is. And the last one is IPv6 settings. We don't use that right now, so go ahead and click on save. So once you click on save, you will see it tells you automatically connected. It is given an IP already, and now you could go ahead and click on done. Okay, and so our network and host name has been configured. Now the last part is security profile. No profile is selected. You could leave that as is unless your organization has a specific procedure to put it in place for security policies. Then you could define it here. But for now, you could just leave as is and go ahead and click on begin installation. Once you click on begin installation, you will see at the bottom it will start creating your partitions that were selected, that you asked the system to select it for you. Now it's going to starting package installation process. While this is going through the package installation, we have two user settings to define. First is root password. So go ahead and click on root password is not set, and here you would have to put in the root password. Pick anything that you will remember. If you notice, I picked a weak password. You should pick a strong password if you are if you're working for a company or if you are in an organization. But if you are just following my lab or you're doing this everything as a tutorial, that is fine. You could pick a weak password. However, if you notice at the bottom it says the password you have provided is weak. The password fails the directory check. It is based on a dictionary word, which you will have to press done twice to confirm. So okay, I understand it is a weak password. In order for me to keep that password, I have to press done twice. 1, 2. Now it has taken that weak password. User creation. Let's go ahead and create our first user. Full name. Let's put in our first name. By default, Linux takes the first name as the first letter, first initial. Last name is a complete last name. So for me, the username will be IFSol. Keep your username shorter than 32 characters and you do not use spaces. That is fine. We are not using any spaces. We are only using 6 letters. Make this user administrator. You could leave that out. Requires a password to use this account. Yes. Let's pick a password. Again, it is weak, I understand, and I would have to do the same thing done twice. Okay, it is done. Now, if you come down and you notice right here, the operating system is installing, or this wizard is installing packages for this operating system. Total number of packages that are required to be installed are 1397. You might have a little more or a little less, but that's okay. It depends and it changes over time what other packages are installed, what other dependencies are installed. So again, if your packages do not match with my packages, do not panic. You are okay. So now you'll see it is going through the packages installation. At this point, it has installed almost 400 packages, and there's still about 600 to 800 packages that needs to be installed. And this process will take, I would say, somewhere between 10 minutes to 30 minutes. I am going to fast forward this entire process to save time. Now the packages installation has been completed. Now it is going through some post-installation setup. Alright, finally our installation has been completed successfully. Now CentOS is now successfully installed and ready for you to use. Go ahead and reboot to start using it. Click on reboot. Once the system comes back online, it will give you the initial setup page. The first page is about licensing. You have to accept the license. Click accept license agreement and click on done. Network and host name. If you notice, we have already selected this network and host name configuration during our installation, so that you don't need to do it again. Click done. And right here it says finish configuration. Go ahead and click on finish configuration. Alright, finally our entire Linux installation has completed. Now we have to log in the first time. Click on your name, or you could also log in as root. If you remember, you have picked a root password, you would have to click on not listed and type in username root and password, but for now we'll go in as ourselves. And we will put in our password. Click on sign in or hit enter. Alright, this is the desktop. This is how it looks like in CentOS. It is very similar to Red Hat CentOS. You have these icons right here. You could resize them if you want to. You could delete any icon. You could create icon. And you could explore other things on the application and spaces. So also one more thing, when it starts up, it also gives you this welcome page. So you just leave as English. Go ahead and click on next. Typing, if you want to change anything, you could leave it default. Location services, I usually keep it off. If you want to leave it on, it's really up to you. Click next. Connect to online accounts, you don't have to do that. Click skip, and then start using CentOS Linux. So once again, congratulations. So now you know how to do the complete Linux CentOS installation. If you think that you missed something, then I would recommend you to go ahead and delete this entire Linux VM and go ahead and create a new virtual machine and do the Linux installation again from scratch. The more you do, the more practice you will do, the more you will learn. All right, good luck.
Once again, congratulations everyone for completing the CentOS installation. In our next lesson, I am including Red Hat Linux installation, and remember, this installation is completely optional. The reason it is part of my training, so you will have the experience of installing Red Hat as well as CentOS. All my lessons followed by this installation are going to be on CentOS that we installed in the previous lesson. But again, I encourage you to go through this Red Hat installation as well. Just to let you know, Linux installation is exactly the same as CentOS. The first thing we'll do is we'll go to our Google friend and we'll type Red Hat Linux download. Once we go there, it's gonna take me to few links, and I want you to go to right here where it says Red Hat Enterprise Linux download, and it says developers Red Hat, and you come in here, you click on download. It says download this product. You must have an account and accept the terms and condition of Red Hat. So download. Once you click on the download, it will ask you for username and password or email and password. If you do not have a username and password, I will highly recommend you to create a new one. I already have it. I logged in and I have already downloaded the Red Hat ISO image, and it is downloaded here. I did that to save some time. So now since we have that, let's go to our Oracle Virtual Box. We already have one running, which is running CentOS. We're going to create a new one, and we're going to name it Red Hat VM. It automatically pick up Linux type version, already 64-bit. Next, we'll leave everything default. Next. Leave the 8 gig disk size default. Create. Once it's created, it created a shell. You're going to start it by clicking start. Okay, once the Windows comes up, it's going to ask you where your ISO file is located. We're going to click this little folder to pick the location of ISO image. It's on our desktop. Please remember your mouse is going to be captured inside. If you want to release your mouse, you could just hit the control key on your right hand side of your keyboard, not on the left hand side. So just click on this message, pick the first one, install Red Hat Linux 7.4. We are in the installation wizard. If you see, it looks exactly like CentOS. The only difference is it has this Red Hat logo on the left hand side, whereas CentOS would have a CentOS logo. So it's exactly looks like as CentOS. We'll go down, we'll pick our language, which is English and United States. Click continue. The first option that we have to set is the date and time, which is already by default set for me, which is America, New York. That's where I am. The keyboard is selected, English US. If you want to change to a different language, if you want British English or European or Australian English, you could pick that. Language support automatically selected for me by default. Installation source is local media, which is the ISO image that we picked. Software install, this is the minimum that we are keeping by default. We don't want it to install any GUI or any additional packages. we will keep the installation very simple. And then the installation destination, how we want to partition our system, we'll just leave it default, automatically configure partition. The disk size is 8 gig, it is already selected, and just click done. Once that is selected, next option is KDUM is enabled, leave it default. Network and host name, we'll come down to the option, we'll scroll down where it has the host name. Host name is one of the important things that you need to pick. So I'll pick Linux Red Hat 2018. This is my host name. You can pick any host name that you want. Click apply. Once you apply, you'll see here, right here, it says current host name. It is set to what I want it to be set. You go back up. On the right hand side, there's a network configuration. You could turn it on if you know the IP address, or if you wanted to have a DHCP assigned, just turn it on, it will pick it up, and then you click next. For this lesson, we will leave it off and just go on with the installation. Please do remember, you would have to click Control key on your right hand side of the keyboard to get out of your window and scroll down. And now you want to click begin installations, click inside again in the window and click begin installation. Once I'm on the second screen, we'll select the root password. The root password is weak, I know, but we're just picking it because since it's a training environment, if you are in production or corporate environment, I would strongly recommend you to pick a stronger password. We'll create a user as test. Set up a password. Again, it is a weak password, but that's fine. You would have to hit done twice, so it could create the user account for you. Now, if you notice, it has 329 packages that it needs to install. Right now it's at 58. It will take anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes. So I'll just fast forward and skip some of the paths and go to the page where it will tell me the installation is completed. Okay, all the packages installation has been completed. Now it's performing some post-installation setup and configuration. This installation has been completed. We'll come down and we'll click on reboot. Okay, the system has been rebooted. It came back. Now, if you notice, there is no GUI. You simply get a login prompt with the hostname in front of it. So you will log in as root or test. And you will have your root prompt, which starts with pound or hash sign. So this is the Linux installation for Red Hat. We did not pick the GUI installation, and 95 to 98% of the time in corporate environment you will not be allowed to install GUI. Let's look at Linux desktop GUI. When you install Linux in your environment and you pick graphical interface, it will be installed with desktop called Genome or KDE, depending on what you picked. And I am going through this lesson for the GUI overview is because something that you should know about the GUI, how it works, how it looks like, if you get a question about it, how you need to answer it. So let's look at our GUI. So I have desktop GUI here, which is Linux based, and it is called Genome. And if you notice, it has two icons. One is home and the other one is trash. These two icons are created by default whenever you install Linux. On the top of this window, as you see, this is the console window. The top menu, file, machine, view, input, devices, help. That menu is for VirtualBox. This is not for Linux desktop environment. This is for the VirtualBox. So now let's look at our applications. So when you click on the application, you will see on the favorites, whatever you have used most recently, it's probably gonna show up in this menu, and you have a Firefox browser. And some of the tools like how do you navigate the file system, application installer, if you need some help, and open up a terminal. If you are using GUI, most of the time you will be clicking onto the terminal. This terminal allows you to run commands in Linux GUI environment. It is just like as if you right click on your desktop and click on open terminal. And this is the environment, this is the actual shell that we will be using to run our commands. Other options we have in the menu are accessories, where you could run calculator, clocks, files, text editor, and weather. If you are not familiar with VI, which you should be, and we will cover that in our later lectures, the text editor can be used in the GUI environment to edit your text. Then we'll go over into documentation. Documentation is about if you need any help with any of the commands, you could look it up. In the graphics, we have the how to change your desktops, internet, office tools, some settings on the sound and video, SunDrive, one of the options to configure your system with firewall, with print setting, SE Linux troubleshooter, system tools if you want to change the settings of your desktop environment, or even if you want to change some of the configuration, you will go in here and make the changes to the setting option. And then you have other, these are some of the options that you could use to edit the policy, or if you want to modify some JDK, which is a Java based policy tools, but you won't be working with it as much. Then the next option we have places. If you want to go to the home, you want to access your documents and download music, pictures, and videos. On the right hand side, you'll see it shows time up here. And then you have these three little options. At any of these options, you click on it, you will get this setting icon. So you could pick this setting icon, and you will see you could change the setting of your GUI desktop by clicking on any of the personalized options you have, which is background, notification, privacy, search. And then on the hardware level, if you want to connect some of your external devices to the Bluetooth, keyboard, mouse, network is one of the important one. If you are not familiar with network, how do you configure your static IP, you could click on it and you could actually go into the configuration and assign an IP address to your machine by going to IPv4. Again, this will come later on during our lectures. So you could cancel this out, you go back into the setting, and you will see all other different options that are associated with this setting. At the bottom you have if you want to change the system time, some of the details, some sharing if you want to share your file system. At the bottom of the desktop you'll see you have right here, it says 1 of 4. This 1 of 4 means that you have 4 different workspaces environment. If you have one task running on one desktop GUI, you could go to another workspace, then you will be able to perform tasks on another one. So it's just a way of organizing things. If you are a user of Mac, you probably have seen this workspace environment as well, where you could go from one workspace environment to another workspace environment. So once again, this is for the Genome GUI for Linux, and it looks pretty much the same in CentOS as well as in Red Hat. So try it out, try different option and see how those different options are for, and just get yourself familiarized with it. Virtual machine management. Why am I including the virtual machine management in Linux training? Well, that's a very good question. The reason I'm including this is because 80% of the corporate environment nowadays, they run on virtual environment. So whether virtual environment is running under VMware or Oracle virtualization or Red Hat virtualization, or even if it's Microsoft virtualization, you will see that most of the machines that you're going to be building Linux on will run on virtual platform. That is why I'm including this as part of this training, so you would know how you could change, add, remove resources from a virtual machine that you are setting it up. So again, the virtual machine screen looks like this. You already familiar with this. You already know how to configure or spin up a new virtual machine. And if you want to add any more resources to it, when I say resources, what I mean is that you want to add more CPU. You will add more memory. You will add more disk. This is part of your job when you will be doing system administration. Again, think for a second. This will be part of your job to add or remove resources. So that is why it is important for us to go over this virtual machine management. Now, as an example, you built a virtual machine and you install Linux operating system on it. Awesome, you've done your perfect job. But now, a month later, 2 months later, a user comes back to you and says, hey, my machine is running hot all the time. It needs more resources. Can we please get more memory, more CPU, or it has less disk? Can we please get more disk? So what do? If it's a physical machine, then how do you add it? Well, it's very tough nowadays because you have to pull the whole machine out from the rack, take off the top off, add more memory, physical memory, or add more CPU. Sometimes it's not even available to add more memory DIMMs to a server. So it's not available. You have to add more server or buy a new server. In virtual machine, that's a beauty of virtual machine, that you could add all those stuff on the fly. So we will take our example of our own virtual machine environment, our Oracle, and we'll go over a few of the settings that you could change. Right now, our virtual machine, the one that runs Linux, is powered off. So sometimes, depending on the operating system, you could add those resources on the fly, meaning hot add or hot remove. So we go to a setting. The first thing we have in this setting is the name. If you want to change the name of your virtual machine, this name is not the host name of the virtual machine. Again, what did I say? This is not the name of the host name of a virtual machine. This is just the name that shows up right here. This is the name. So if you want to change it, change it to something different, you could change it. There are some other advanced option that if you want to create snapshots are like a kind of backup, but it's not considered backup. But if you are deploying a code in your virtual machine, in your Linux machine, and the code doesn't work, you could always revert back to your snapshot. So the location of the snapshot is specified. If you do not like this location, you could change it. Some other stuff, you could look into it in more detail. Drag and drop means if you want to copy something from your desktop while you have a virtual machine running and you want to drag and drop inside of your virtual machine, right now it's disabled, you could have it host to guest or guest to host or bidirectional. Whichever way you like, you could have it changed. So for now, I'll have it bidirectional. So this way, when I start it up, if I want to copy something from my desktop to my virtual machine, I could do that. Then I have a description here, what this virtual machine is done. I could put some description like this virtual machine was created by Imran Afzal on so and so date. Then do you want the machine to be encrypted, meaning all the transaction between your host and your virtual machine, any transaction going back and forth, do you want it encrypted? So what is a host? Host is your machine or your laptop where you are running this Oracle virtual box. And virtual machine is something that you have built on top of this virtual box. And in our example, this is our virtual machine. So this is the first setting, general setting. Then we have system. If you wanted to change the memory of your system, then you could change it. Right now you see the memory of our system is about 1024 meg, which is equivalent to 1 gigabyte. If you want to change it to 2 gig, 3 gig, you could simply put that number here or click on these, scroll up and down, it will add it. The boot order of the machine, it's gonna go look for floppy, followed by optical, then hard disk and network. If you want it to go straight to the hard disk, skipping CD or floppy, you could uncheck it. Same thing if you have your hard computer, meaning when you have a physical computer, you go to the BIOS and you do all that setting. So you could set it up here. And some other extended features which you could look into it in more detail. Processor, right now we have one processor running. Your user is saying I need 2 processor, or my application requirement is I need 8 processor. You could go ahead and change right here. And acceleration, some of the information, hardware virtualization acceleration, you could check it to make it enhanced, which we already have checked. Next setting, we have a display. The video memory we have right now 16 megabyte. When we go to our machine and start, and the images that come up, the graphical interface or even terminal, sometimes you have the option to increase the resolution. So if you have limited video memory, you cannot increase those resolution. So you could change the memory here. Remote display, same thing with all of this related to the display information and configuration of your virtual machine. Then go to storage. Right now our storage is attached as IDE empty, which is this disk is empty right now. Controller is SDAT, and our disk space that is inside of our virtual machine is right here, and it's telling us the virtual disk size is 10 gigabyte and the actual size is 4 gigabyte. What does it mean? It means that even though you have allocated 10 gigabyte of disk space, right now the actual size that is being used is only 4 gig. So what happened to the remaining 6 gig? Well, remaining 6 gig is not actually completely allocated to your machine. However, if your machine does need more disk, it will automatically get it from your laptop or your desktop storage. Audio is if you have any external audio, anything, or you want to use the Windows direct audio sound, since I have Windows operating system running, you could change that here. Network, we have only one network adapter at this point, and we changed the network adapter to a different way we have internal network, which is to communicate between our host, which is our laptop, and our machine. Same thing, host only adapter, and there is a bridged adapter. What bridged adapter does, it's going to take IP address from your own computer and then it will communicate to the outside world. Right now, if you just connect host only, you cannot go outside on the internet. If you want to go to outside internet, you select bridged adapter and then you click OK. So adapter 2, we don't have it. Adapter 3 and 4. If you want to assign more NIC adapters to your virtual machine, you could go in and check this mark. Serial port, any other ports that you want to connect, you don't have it. USB, if you want to attach a USB to your laptop that will be read by your virtual machine, you enable this. Any share folder that you want to attach to this virtual machine, and user interface, how does it look? You want it to show in full screen, seamless, or show at the top of the screen, or any way that you like. Right here it shows you when you have virtual machine, these few operational keys are shown. If you don't want them to be shown, you can uncheck it. So we'll cancel it since we don't want to add any resources. So this is all about management of your virtual machine. And believe me, most of the time, all virtual machine setup is done just like that. You pretty much do right click on the virtual machine and you do edit setting or setting depending on your virtual environment, and you could change the resources. This video is important especially for those who wants to get a job in Linux or get a job in system administration. You will be asked sometimes the virtual related questions, because as I said in the beginning, 80% of enterprise companies or organizations running their compute environment on virtual platform. So I hope this lesson serves its purpose and you enjoyed it. Watch this lesson again if you have to.
Linux distribution. I will cover here all the Linux operating system and its flavors that are out there, the main ones and the popular ones. There are many of them, but a few of them that I captured here. The first one is Red Hat. You probably have heard of Red Hat from many different sources. Red Hat is an enterprise level operating system that are being used by big major companies. They do charge for the support. They do provide their own customized pre-configured built operating system. You cannot change it. It's not open source, and anything goes wrong with the operating system, Red Hat can provide the support to fix it. Then the next one we have is Cent operating system, which is CentOS. This is the operating system actually we will be working with in my course, and the good thing about learning CentOS is if you planning to apply for a job on Linux after the course, or once you gain some experience, or whenever you are ready, you could easily find many jobs in Red Hat. CentOS is exactly the same as Red Hat. It is also managed by Red Hat. They don't provide support on CentOS and it's completely free. Then we have Fedora. This is also one of the popular operating system that is used by many companies. Again, this one is free. Then we have SUSE. SUSE is very popular operating system in terms of customization. Many people uses this operating system and they change the code to give their proprietary appliances and their proprietary programs. A lot of companies like VMware also run SUSE appliances in their environment. Then we have Debian. Debian is very popular at the PC level. And the last one is Ubuntu. So all of these are major Linux distributions, Linux operating systems that I wanted to highlight. You will be hearing many of these names down the road, and our focus in this course is Cent operating system, which is CentOS.
Linux versus Windows. The reason I'm including this lesson in this training is because when you need to know a lot about a certain technology, it is good to compare one thing with another. Like whenever you need to compare, let's say a car, you have to have a certain comparison with other cars. For example, if you are buying a Mercedes, you should know a few differences between Mercedes and BMW and Audi. So this way you can make a right decision, or you would know the features that you will be getting with your new car. So that's why I'm comparing Linux with Windows, so you will know exactly what the difference is, the basic difference, and you will be able to answer any questions that come up during the interview. The first difference between Linux and Windows is about the price. Of course, Linux is free, and not all the distributions are free. Red Hat is not free. You would have to pay for subscription and support, whereas Windows is not free. You would have to pay for it. Ease. Linux is not user friendly. You would have to run user commands to get your tasks done. Where Windows, you have a GUI to do most of those tasks. All you have to do is double click, run the program, and you're done. Most of the things are done through the GUI. Reliability. Linux is very reliable. Oftentimes it runs for months and years where you don't even have to reboot it. Where in Windows, it often requires a reboot. Now, Windows have done a lot better. Its operating system has become a lot better and stable, where you don't need to reboot or it doesn't crash oftentimes. Software, most of the softwares are enterprise level software that runs in Linux, whereas Windows, there's a much larger selection of software, for example, Office, games, utilities, and a lot more. Also, Windows softwares are like chat and social media softwares. Multitasking. Now, multitasking is one of the uh, basic reason why people came up with Unix and Linux type of operating system, because back then they needed some type of operating system that could perform multitasking. And for those who do not know what multitasking is in terms of operating system, it's about running multiple processes at the same time. Whereas in Windows, you could run multiple multitasking, but you do need a lot of high CPU and memory. Now, please do remember, I'm not trying to say Windows is bad or Linux is the best. I'm trying to compare some of the basic features. Windows have done amazing job in the past few years, where they have come up with the tools like Active Directory, Domain Controller, Microsoft Exchange, and SQL Server running on Windows. They have done an amazing job, and they have pioneered the market in that. So there are few things that are very good in Windows, and in Linux, there aren't in terms of programming. Security wise, Linux is very secure and Windows is somewhat secure. And why is that? Is because Windows is more vulnerable to hacking, because it is facing the internet, because people run like social media type of things, or chatting sessions, and a lot of different things that they run, and they're accessing the internet. Where in Linux you don't access the internet. Open source Linux is open to public. There's the code is out there. You can modify the code. You could come up with your own operating system. Whereas Windows, you cannot do anything. It is owned by Microsoft. You cannot have the code open or revealed to anyone. Let's look at who actually uses Linux. The US government and its agencies at the level of national, state, federal, and international, they all use Linux. And those agencies are such as FBI, IRS, and many of the other agencies. Then we have NASA, National Aeronautics Space Administration. They run most of their computation platform on Linux operating system. So they're not only the user of Linux, they also contribute to the Linux source code. So every time there is an update or there's a patch, they also add to that source of the patch. Then we have healthcare environment. For example, hospitals or even scientists, they use Linux to come up with the newer discoveries in the medicine field. Bullet train in Japan, which runs at the speed of 150 to 215 miles per hour. They run their platform that does the application that controls that train that runs on Linux. Traffic control. Many countries in the world are implementing traffic control, different methods. For example, they have cameras, so every time you break a light, a traffic signal, it takes your picture. And how does it happen? There is an application behind it which senses the movement of your car, and that application runs on Linux. Financial institutes, for example, New York Stock Exchange, all they do, their tradings, the trading platform applications running on Linux. Entertainment industries like cinemas, production houses, and many other entertainment industries. Worldwide e-commerce leaders, including Amazon, eBay, PayPal, and Walmart, run their platform on Linux. So, for example, if you go to www.amazon.com, and the first page you see, which is a web server, that web server is actually running on a Linux operating system. And many other Fortune 500 companies such as Google, IBM, McDonald's, and Facebook. And many, of course, that I cannot add them to this slide, runs on a Linux operating system. Access to Linux file system, or Linux itself as a system. Now, Linux, you could access any Linux system or Unix system through a terminal if you have a terminal like TerraTerm. So let's look at a few examples of operating systems. Each operating system has a different protocol or client that is used to access the system. For example, Windows. If you wanted to connect a Windows machine from another Windows machine, you would need a remote desktop client, which is also referred as RDP client. You put in the IP address of the machine that you want to connect to, then it's going to ask you for username and password, and the next thing you know, you are connected remotely to another Windows machine. So the client that is used is called RDP. Next one we have is the VMware ESXi servers. Now, VMware is a virtualized environment. How do we connect to it? Well, they have their vSphere client. Well, vSphere client is another client that is installed on your computer. You open up, you input the IP address, you put a username and password, and that's where you connect to VMware environment. And the last one, the one that we really wanted to know, that is Linux. And how do we connect to our Linux machines? You need to have a PuTTY, which is a PuTTY terminal, a secure CRT terminal, or any of those terminals, whether it's free or whether you have to pay for it. You have to use that. Again, for that you have to put in the username, the password, and the IP address. SSH from Linux to Linux is also possible. What that means is if you are already in a Linux or Unix machine, you could just use SSH protocol or SSH command followed by the IP address of your remote Linux machine, and you could connect to it. So again, I'm going to show you real quick all those three clients. The first one is the remote desktop client. This is the client that looks like in your Windows machine. You could go to start and search and just type remote desktop. It will come up, and that's where you put in the computer IP followed by the username and password. For vSphere, to connect to the vCenter or ESXi server, here's the VMware vSphere client. And for Linux, we have this PuTTY client where you put in the IP address on top. You see the port is 22, which is the port for SSH, and then once you connect to it, it will prompt you for username and password. In this lesson, we wanted to cover quickly how we can download and install PuTTY, which is a terminal client to connect to the Linux machine. So this is how the PuTTY looks. So let's look at how we could download it. First, we'll go into our web browser, open up a Google, and we'll just simply type download PuTTY. The first link you get, putty.org, click on it, and the first link, download PuTTY, right here, click, and then you're gonna get two .msi files. These files are used on the Windows machine. So if you have Windows 32-bit, you could download this one, or if you have 64-bit, you could download this one. I have the 64, so I'm going to download this one. It will save the file to your desktop or wherever you have the location on your browser set to. Alright, download is completed. It should be on my desktop. It's right here. I'm going to double click, run, next, leave the default, next. Here it will have add shortcut to PuTTY on the desktop. I want the shortcut of the PuTTY, and will be installed on the local hard drive. Yes, click install. Okay, the last screen is going to ask you to view the README file. You don't have to. If you want, you can leave it checked on. And then click finish. Once in finish, you go to your desktop, you're going to see this putty shortcut created on your desktop. So you could just simply double click, and this is the putty client that you have. So we're going to put in the IP address, and the port is already set to 22, and then we'll connect to a Linux machine. But first we need to find out what is the IP of the Linux machine. So let's look at that in our next lesson. Hi, this lesson is about new network commands. Now, what are those network commands? CentOS and RHEL. There was a command to check your IP address, your interface IP address is ifconfig, and that is used for RHEL or CentOS 5 or 6. Well, in CentOS or RHEL 7, they have replaced that command ifconfig command with the command IP. So 7.5 and up, the ifconfig command has been deprecated. So if you are at this point downloading and installing Red Hat 7.5 or CentOS 7.5, you will not have the ifconfig command on your system. You will be able to use IP commands. So use IP space A or ADDR to list all the available IPs or interfaces that you have. So if you want to use the ifconfig command in the newer version of your Linux machine, so then you have to install a package called net-tools. So the complete command to install it is yum install net-tools. But of course, in order to install, you have to make sure your machine is able to communicate to the outside world, or in other words, it has the internet access. So let's look at both of these commands and see how they work. So I'll log into the Linux machine. Okay, so ifconfig command is the command will list all your interfaces available on your Linux machine. So the primary interface that we are concerned about is this ENP0S3, and you know it has an IP address of 192.168.56.101. This IP is usually assigned when we have on the Oracle VirtualBox, when you go in there and you go to setting and you go to network, and then you have host only adapter. If you change it to bridge adapter, then your IP will change as well. But anyway, the second command that I want to cover is IP dash or space A. This will give us pretty much the same information, but the one that we are concerned about is this number 2, which is ENP0S3, and the IP address that we are looking at is this 192.168.56.101. This command can also be run as IPADDR, which is the same as IP space A or IP space ADDR. You could also run man IP, and you will see what are the different options you have available. So going forward from this lesson, I will be using ifconfig command on a lot of my lessons, and on some of them I will be using IP. But if you do not have ifconfig command, please use IP space A command, which will give you the same information. Here we will access our Linux machine, the one we installed earlier, through our PuTTY client. Now remember, you have access to a Linux machine. You could use the PuTTY client, or you could simply log in directly to the console. It's really up to you. So this is the PuTTY client looks like. We're going to connect to our Linux machine, which is our first Linux machine, through the PuTTY. Let's go to our Linux machine.
Here we have our Linux machine, and that's a console. We log into the console. And then we open up a terminal, and that's how we perform most of our tasks, most of our commands. Now, another way to connect is through the PuTTY. For that, we have to assign an IP address to this Linux machine. So what is the IP address right now? The command to check is ifconfig. So when we scroll up, you see here our network adapter is this ENP00S3, but it doesn't have an IP address. So how do we assign an IP address? Which we will go into our Oracle VirtualBox, click on Setting, and go to Network, change the NAT to host only adapter. And click OK. Once it is saved, you could simply run ifconfig command again, and then you scroll up, and you'll see right now it still does not have the Ethernet IP address right here. It should come up somewhere here. So I think probably the adapter is not up, so we will have to become root. And type in command if up, and the name of the adapter, which is ENP0S3. Once you hit that, it says connection successfully activated. Let's wait for the prompt. The prompt came back. Hit up arrow key and look for ifconfig again. And this time you see it has an IP address, which is 192.168.56.101. Now we're going to put in that IP address in a PuTTY terminal, 192.168.56.101. Hit enter, or you could also save the session saying my Linux VM, like that. You could save it, so this way next time you don't have to type in the IP address. And then you click here and then click open. Once it opens, it's going to ask you for a warning sign. It's going to tell you if you wanted to keep the SSH keys. It's just a secure way to connect to Linux. Just click yes. It's going to say login as. Now I'm going to log in as myself. I have Sol, and you probably have your own account, so log in with your own account. Hit enter. Put in the password, and there you go. This is exactly as if you were logging in through the GUI. Now the reason we need to know how to log in through the PuTTY is because 98% of the time when you are going to be working in a corporate environment, there is no GUI environment where you're going to come in and log into the GUI. You're always going to have the PuTTY session where you're going to put in the IP address of the destination server, and then you're going to connect to it. Now if you type hostname, you're going to see your host name right here. So this is exactly as this one right here. So in our lessons down, after this lesson, we're going to be using interchangeably. Sometimes you're going to be using PuTTY. Sometimes you're going to be logging in as a console. So it really doesn't matter where you're logging in from, but you should know both ways how to log in. Some of the most important things that you should know about Linux. Linux has a super administrator account called root. Just like Windows has an administrator account, Linux systems has, or Unix system has, root account that could do anything, that could actually clean out the entire file system.
Root is the most powerful account that can create, modify, delete accounts, and make changes to system configuration files. Linux is case sensitive system, meaning if you typing in a file name with uppercase, it will be uppercase. Not like Windows, uppercase, lowercase does not matter. In Linux, it does matter, so keep that in mind. Avoid using file name with spaces. Linux, of course, does not like spaces in the file name, so try to avoid any file names that has spaces in them. Linux file system. Now, what is a file system? A file system is basically, think of as a closet, as a shelf. When you come in, you change, you put your t-shirts in one shelf, you put your socks in another. So there is a systematic way in your closet where you put all your stuff. The file system in an operating system works exactly the same. The operating system has a file system where command files go to a different folder, peripheral devices or files go to a different folder, all the programs and applications that you install go to a different folder. So it will be easier, much easier for operating system to access those files. Now, operating system stores data on a disk drives using a structure called file system, consisting of files, directories, and information needed to access and locate them. There are many different type of file system. In general, improvements have been made to file system with new releases of operating system, and each new file system has been given a different name. In Linux, we have file system called extension 3, extension 4, XFS. And in Windows, it's the file system called NTFS or FAT. Linux file system stores information in hierarchy of directories and files, meaning there is a first folder, one folder, which is a slash, a root file system, and every other file actually created within the first file or directory. The file system structure in Linux actually looks like this. As I mentioned, the first file system or first folder always start with slash, which is also referred to as root. Now please keep in mind, slash root is not as just slash. Slash is the first directory structure where you have to start your navigating your file system. And then underneath it has different folders. As you could see, it has bin, boot, dev, etc. So this is the way Linux structure its file system. Or if you compare this Linux file system with Windows, you will see the Windows has also something like that, similar structure, but they have given a different name. So let's look at the Windows file system. If you go to Start and you go to Computer, you're going to see your C drive. In this case, our C drive, when we refer to our file system structure diagram in the background, you'll see right here, this one has slash. So in Windows, it starts with C. So C or slash is the same, but C in Windows and slash in Linux. So when you double click on Windows C drive, you're going to see all those different folders. Now, why do we have all those different folders? Why not just one folder? And it would be so hard for the operating system to find the right file or directories that you're looking for. So for example, like apps and Dell, then you have Intel folder, all the Intel chip related files are in that directory. The logs, program files are the folder when you install a third-party applications. That's where they are downloaded or the files get. Then we have another one, program files x86. That's where the 32-bit related directories are created, and users, that are the user directories. If you click on it, you'll see my directory right here as well. And then of course the Windows, anything that related to Windows. So that's why it is predefined by Windows that every time we create a file or every time we install a program, automatically it gets installed into these files and directories. So just like that, when we come here
you'll see here that this is the file system the same way in Linux this file system is created, but of course the naming convention is different. Now let's take a look at our Linux file system. So I'm going to open up Oracle VirtualBox. So let's go to the file system. So as I said, in the Linux file system, it starts with a root. So when you do cd slash, which is root slash, hit enter, and then you do ls minus l. Here you have a list of all the directories and files that are starting with slash. You could go into each of these directories and you could see how the file system is structured. So I hope you guys got the gist of how the file system looks like and why do we have file system in our operating system.
File system structure and its description. We have a file system, and each in Linux that is divided into different directories, and that's something that we have seen previously as well. So now I am going to take some time in this lecture to go over each file system partition or the folder or a directory that is set up in Linux, and I will explain you every directory in Linux file system and what is it used for. So I have listed down all the directories and I will go over them one by one based on how important they are. So the first one and the most important one that we have in the list is /boot. /boot is the file or is the directory that contains files used for bootloader, or the file that is in there is a grub.cfg or configuration file. What happens is every time your system boots up, the first thing the operating system that needs to boot up, the system looks for /boot. And that is somehow hard coded in the disk that you start up, go into /boot, and you will find what operating system you need to start, whether it's an old operating system or a new one or upgraded version. So it goes into the /boot file and it looks into it. By the way, I will go over each one of the directory in my Linux system and I'll show you exactly what inside of each directory. Second one, we have /root. It is the root user home directory. Please remember, it is not the same as /. A lot of time people confuse /, which is also known as root, but it is not actually /root. So root, when you log into a system, a Linux system as root, and you do pwd, you will see you will be in /root, not just /. Then we have /dev directory. This is a system's device such as a disk, a CD-ROM, speakers, flash drive, keyboard, any of those peripheral devices that are attached to your Linux system. They are created as a file as well, and they will show up in a /dev directory. Going and moving forward is the next one is /etc. It is also one of the most important directory in Linux file system. It has all the configuration file. If you are running sendmail, NFS, NTP, or any kind of application that actually runs on top of your Linux system or that comes with the Linux system, all those configuration files are located in /etc. If I wanted to modify something on, let's say, DNS, I will go into /etc name.conf file. If I wanted to modify something in the sendmail, I will go into etc mail and sendmail.cf or that type of configuration file. So just remember that anytime you are making change in /etc to any file inside of this directory, please make sure you make a backup first of that file before you modify the configuration file. Then we have /bin. /bin in the newer version has been changed to /user /bin. It is like a linked to /user /bin, and it is
actually the directory where we have the commands that are used by everyday user commands like ls, pwd, these type of commands. All of them are in a slash user slash bin directory. Then we have another directory called slash sbin, which is pointing or linked to slash user slash bin. This is a system slash file system commands. Those are the type of commands that you really need for system type of purposes. If you want to extend your file system or configure your file system, that will take a look again in our when I bring up my Linux machine. Slash opt. Slash opt is used for optional add-on application. It is not the application for operating system apps like NTP, DNS. Those are the application that is actually come with the operating system. This slash opt is not used for those type of application. That is used for third-party application. Let's say if you are installing, let's say, Oracle or some other kind of application or SAP, those are applications usually and most of the time are installed in slash opt. Slash proc is the directory that is used and create files for all the running processes. Please remember, when you shut down your Linux operating system, there will be nothing in slash proc. It will be empty. So the kernel, which I will explain to you later on what kernel is, but there is a program kernel in Linux that actually creates all these files for all the running programs in that directory. Once system shuts down, all those files go away. Lib, which is now pointing to user lib, it's a location where all the C programming library files, and those files are needed for commands and applications. Meaning, if you are running a command, let's say pwd or ls, all those commands actually do have libraries attached to it that they could go and look for. And that's how these programs are run, because they are written in C and C++. If you wanted to know which command is used which library file is used for which command, you could use this command trace -e open, like pwd is the command. The next one we have slash temp directory, the directory that is used for temporary files. It has no significance whatsoever, but you could just, if you wanted to create a file, a temporary file that you think you will delete it later, you could create that slash temp directory. Slash home directory is used for regular users. If I creating a regular account in a Linux file system, let's say IFZOL, my home directory will be created in slash home. The next one we have is slash var. Slash var is used for system logs. Every time your operating system writes some output or some logs, all those logs or its application logs will always go into slash var. So if you are troubleshooting issues, you could always go into slash var log and other directories where you could find information about a specific application or if something going wrong with it. Then we have slash run. This is where the system's daemon starts up on very early stages, for example systemd and udev, to store temporary runtime files like PIDs or process IDs files. And again, this will go away if the system is shut down. It's just to store those process ID and keep track of it. Slash mount is used to mount external file system. If nothing is mounted on your existing file system, then you could use that slash mount to create a subdirectory and mount an external NFS file system to it. Slash media is used for CD-ROMs. If your system has a CD-ROM drive and you put a CD-ROM inside of it, then you close the tray, that CD-ROM will be mounted under slash media. If you are using a virtual machine, you map the virtual drive to your virtual machine. That virtual ISO image will be shown under slash media CD-ROM. So that's the list of all the directories that we have. That's the file system structure and its description. And now I'm quickly going to go into my Linux system and I'll show you exactly each one of them and how it is set up. So I am logged in as who am I? I'll do root and I'll cd into slash, and I will do ls minus ltr or ls minus l, and you see all these directories that I have just covered. So first one I have is boot, and if you notice in the boot there is these two directories, grub and grub2. If I go into grub or grub2, let's go to grub2 and do ls minus ltr, you'll see there is grub configuration file. This is the file that's telling the system which operating systems to start or which version of operating systems to start. Let's go to slash root. This is the root home directory. If I just hit cd and hit enter and do pwd, this is the root home directory. There's nothing much in there. It's just its own desktop document. Probably it has, all of them are empty, nothing is in there. Then I will go to slash etc. This is the directory which has all the configuration file. Most of the files that you're going to see in this directory or the subdirectories, all of them would have .conf, so it means it has configuration file. Going to slash bin, which is pointing to user bin, it has all the commands that we use, everyday commands, to actually talk to the operating system. Same thing with sbin. This one has all the ones that deals primarily with your file system, disks, and extending the file systems. Then we have opt. You do ls minus l, and you'll see this is the one that is used for third-party application. Right now it only had like RH, which stands for Red Hat, nothing else. Then we have proc, is the one that runs all the running programs temporarily. It is not the actual file that will stay on the disk. We have next one library, and library has all the library files that are needed to run a simple command. Next one we have slash temp, and in the slash temp you see all these are temporary files. You delete them, you create new files, it doesn't really matter. It's just a scratch space that you could put your files on. Then you have slash home. Slash home is for the users, like I have my user here. I have another user called Seinfeld. This is the home directory. Then the next one is slash var. Slash var is used for all the logs that are created in your system. So if you primarily the main log is slash var slash log, and this is where all the logs are created. If something goes wrong with the system, this is where you have to come in. By the way, every one of these that I'm going through, I will go through again later on, and you will get more and more familiar with these file systems and its directories and all the commands that I'm running on. Then the next one we have slash run. This is the one that runs the system daemons very early in the stages, and these are temporary files. The next one we have mnt. This has probably nothing because I do not have any external file system mounted on my this computer. So if I mount it, I will use a command mount to file it, and usually it gets mounted in slash mounted because you have to specify it, and that's where it goes. The last one is we have slash media. Is this where if you had a CD-ROM attached to your system, this is where it will go. Anyway, this is what I wanted to cover in the file system structure and description. I really hope that this lecture covers everything in terms of the file system and structure. All right, thank you.
Navigating to file system. Of course, now you know a lot about a file system. Now we need to know how are we going to get into the file system. What are those commands that we really need to learn to actually go from one directory to another, get their file contents, and find out which directory we are in. When navigating a Unix file system, there are few important commands. Again, the number one command is cd, which stands for change directory. Second one is pwd, which is print working directory, which tells you which directory you are currently in. And the third one is ls, which stands for listing, which lists the contents of your directory or folder. cd stands for change directory, pd stands for print working directory, and ls stands for list. Now let's look at the real example. I'm going to start with Windows because the reason I compare Windows and Linux all the time is because it will be a lot easier for every one of you
to really understand the concept behind it, because we actually work on Windows almost every day, and we scroll through everything and we click through everything, and we don't really realize how experts we have become. So if you really need to know Linux, there should be some comparison with Windows that I will be doing. So let's look at example of Windows. Okay, so I have the C drive, which in Linux is, what is the C drive for Linux is slash. When I wanted to go into this C drive, I will just do double click and the folder comes up. And when I wanted to go into program files, I'll do double click and the folders comes up, and so on. And if I wanted to go into Windows directory, I'll just double click. In Linux, let's go to a Linux machine. Remember our Linux machine. The first thing I want you to do, of course, is become root. Meaning you are as yourself right now. How do you know you are yourself? Is because first you see here on your prompt, you'll see your name. If you just still wanted to know your name, you could just type who am I, and you'll see your username. When you become root, you have to type su, which means switch user, and just dash, hit enter, put in your password. Okay, so you have this message that will tell you the last time you became root was this date, this time, and so on. Anyway, let's do clear, as clear is it's only going to clear the screen. I just want to make this a little bigger so it'll be easier to see. Okay, so now when you are in a directory, how do you know where you are? In Windows, you could tell, right? You could tell you are in computer local drive in Windows. It's up right here. But in Linux, you don't know. So the command that you're going to need is pwd. This is what's going to tell you that you are in this directory. If you wanted to go into a different directory, let's say you wanted to go to slash, which is slash. Slash is the primary or the parent directory of all the directories. So you type cd, which stands for, again, change directory space slash. You hit enter. Once you hit enter, how do you know you are in that directory? Again, you type pwd, and it will tell you you are in slash directory. Now, what's inside of this directory? We need to see that. In order to see that, you have to type ls option L, and it will tell you all the listings of the directory and folders and files that are inside of this directory. In Linux, in Windows, when you are my computer, you're double clicking on a folder. Let's say you're clicking on program files. Let me just move this around. And you click on any other folder, let's say Dell. So you notice you just double clicking it and it is taking you to that directory. In Linux, you don't have that. You don't have clicking. So what you need to do is you need to do cd. So you are already, what directory you are in? You are in root, and let's say if you wanted to go to a directory called, let's say boot. So cd boot, boot, and there's you are in boot. Now let's say in this example you want to come here, you already see the listing of what's inside. How do I know the listing in Linux? Well, you have to run a command. It's not that easy. There you go. It tells you this is what you have inside. By the way, some of the lines are chopped up a little, so I'm just gonna make this a little more bigger. Okay, so you're gonna see anything that starts with dash right here, it means it's a file. Anything that starts with D, it means it's a directory or a folder. I wanted to go back to my root directory, but before I go back, I wanted to know where I am. So the command is pwd. We are in boot, and I want to go to slash root again. There are two ways you could do. You could do either cd slash, and will take you to slash directory, or you could do cd dot dot, which is will take you one step back, one directory back. In Windows, how do you do that? In Windows, you could simply just do backslash. You could simply press the back button, and there you go. You have all that. Also, in Windows, you notice when you double click once, it is doing three things for you. You double click once, that is doing CD for you. Then automatically it's listing all the directories inside, so it's doing ls for you already. And now, how do you know which directory you are in? Right here on top, that's how it tells you which directory you're in. So it's in Windows, you're doing three things in one shot. In Linux, you actually have to use all three commands one by one to see the same thing as you wanted to see in Windows. So let's say if I wanted to go in etc and I wanted to go into another directory, which is etc sysconfig. So I am two directories in. How do I know? pwd parent working directory. It tells you are in etc sysconfig. Now if I wanted to go back to etc directory, what I would do, cd dot dot, and confirm if you are in etc directory, you do pwd, and there you go. What if you wanted to go one step back again? cd dot dot, and where you are in root. There you go. What happened if you just type cd and hit enter? Okay, it did work because we got our prompt back. We didn't get any error. But which directory are we in? We are in, let's check. We are in /root. Why? Because we are who we are. Who am I? We are root. We are logged in as root. And root directory is /root. So everyone, this first three commands that you really need to learn in order to navigate the file system. Without these three commands, you cannot do anything in Linux. So what are the three commands really quickly? First one is cd. Let's go to home. Let's say, what's inside the home? Let's type ls-l. You forgot which directory you are in? Just type pwd. You are in home. If you want to go to a different directory, let's say you want to go to, I wanted to see what's inside of /. So I will type /, and what's inside of it? ls-l. These are the directories. I wanted to go into each of these directories and find out what's inside of it. Let's see, I want to go to war. I hit enter. What's inside of the war? These are these directories, different type of directories. I wanted to go to a file, a log directory right here. So I'll do cd log. What's inside of log? I have to do ls-l again. These are the files and directories inside of log directory. Okay. Alright, I forgot where I am. pwd var log. Alright, I want to go back to / directory. You could do dot dot, then dot dot again, or you could just do simply cd /. And now where you are in /. Alright, so this concludes our lesson, and I hope you have pretty much a very good idea about cd, ls, and pwd commands. As a homework, I will strongly recommend you to log into your Linux machine, go to cd / then ls-l, and I want you to go into each of these directories one by one, subdirectories, come back to from a directory, find out the listing of the directory, and then you will find out exactly how to navigate a system. File system paths. Here we will talk about how we could navigate the file system through the absolute path or relative path. So basically there are two paths to navigate a file system. The first one is the absolute path, and the second one is the relative path. An absolute path always begins with a /. This indicates that the path starts at the root directory. An example of an absolute path is if you are going to go into the Samba directory, which is in var log directory. It has two directories above it, so you could start with cd /var /log and /samba. Will take you directly to a Samba folder. By the way, this is just an example that I picked up for to make you understand about the absolute path. Then we have the relative path, which does not begin with slash. It identifies a location relative to your current position. An example of relative path is you CD into slash var. Once you are already in var, you could just do CD logs. Now you notice we are not using slash log because we are already in var directory, and we could just simply go into CD log, and then from there we could CD into Samba. Again, here we are not using slash log or slash Samba because they do not begin with slash. They are within the slash var directory. So let's look at the example. Okay, so first thing you have to do is become root user, su dash. You put in a password. Now, if you wanted to go directly to the Samba folder, you could just go cd slash var slash log slash Samba. Where are you? You are in var log Samba. Now, if you notice, if you go through the relative path, which means, let's go to slash. We are in root directory slash directory. And if you want to go to the var directory, you could simply do var, or you could also do var. Once you're in this directory, and if you try to do, at this point, if you try to do cd slash log, it's not going to find it, because what you're trying to tell the operating system that there is a log directory within the slash directory, which is not the case. So how are we going to get into the log? Is by simply cd log. And if you do pwd, you will see you are in var log. Now, if you wanted to go into one more directory, which is Samba, what command would you run? cd slash Samba or cd Samba? Well, you will run cd Samba, and it will take you to the Samba directory. When you do pwd, it will tell you you are in var slash log slash Samba directory. So this is the main difference between the absolute path and the relative path. And the reason you use these two different paths is because if you already know the directory where you want to go in, you don't have to go into one directory, then the second, third, or fourth. You could directly go into the path of the directory, in our case, which is again var slash log slash Samba. And there you are. And for example, if you want to go to another directory, let's say we're going to cd etc sysconfig and network scripts, you could just do that and it will take you there. By the way, if you hit tab, it will auto-complete your directory if it exists in there. Now, which directory you are in? You are in etc sysconfig network scripts. If you want to get out of from one directory, you do cd ... Where are you? You are in etc sysconfig. You want to go one step back, you do cd ... and you are in etc. If you want to go one more directory out, you do cd ... and you are into slash directory. Again, the root directory, the main parent directory. So that's what this lecture is about, to tell you the difference between the absolute path and relative path.
In this lesson, we're going to cover the directory listing attributes. When you do ls within a directory, so you cd into a directory and you do ls, and you're going to only see the directories inside. But when you do ls minus l or ltr or other options within that, with the ls command, you're going to see different fields that's going to output on your screen. The first field is the type of the file. So if any file that begins with D, it is a directory. Any file that begins with L, it's a link. And any file that does not have anything on it, it's just a regular file. So the first field tells you about the type. The second field tells you about the number of links it has, or hard links that attach to that directory. The third one, it tells you the owner of the directory, who owns it. The fourth one tells you the group of that directory, which group owns that directory, and then the size of the directory or file, the month, the day, the time, and the name. So these are the basic attributes when you do ls-l. Now so let's go to our Linux server and see how it looks in our Linux server. Right click, open terminal. Okay. Which directory are you in? Let's do pwd, and I am in my directory. So let's go to /home directory. Just slash directory, which is the parent directory, and then we'll do ls-l. Here you'll see the first column right here tells you what type of file it is. Second one, how many links, owner of group owner, the size, the month, date, time, and the name. So this is what you should need to know whenever you're doing ls, because if you are trying to do cd to a file, let's say we have this file, test file. If you do test, if you're trying to get into this file, it will tell you it's not a directory because it's a file. That's how you should know whether you are able to get into a file or not. So if you go into, let's say, cd/user, there you go, you are in /user directory because it's a directory. So that's how you find out whether a file is a directory or a link or just a regular file. Creating files and directories. In this lesson, we will cover how we can create files and directories. Different ways to create files. The first one is the touch. The touch command creates a file that is, of course, an empty file. The second way to create a file is if you are copying an existing file and creating a new file at the destination location. And the third way to create a file is through vi command. Now vi is our editor, which we will cover in detail later in the lessons, but I will cover quickly how we could create a file using vi. Creating directories, the easiest way to create a directory in the command is mkdir, which is make directory. So now let's get into our Linux machine, and we will use every command listed here as a practice to create our files. Okay, the first thing we have to do is to find out what user ID we are logged in as. So you do who am I, and will tell you you are logged in as yourself. And then the second thing, you have to know which directory you are in. And I am in my home directory. Now I will be creating a few files, and as your homework I want you to create those files and directories as well. The first way to create a file, here I have a list of files that I will be creating. We will use the first command to create a file will be touch. We'll create touch space. I have here Jerry. Hit enter. When you hit enter and you get the prompt back, that means your command worked. Now how do we know where is that file? You do ls-l, and you'll see here the directory you have is right here, Jerry. Sorry, not the directory, the file. Now I want you to create another file. Touch Kramer. Again, check if it's created. Yes, it is created, Jerry and Kramer. Now I use the option ls-l, which will list all the files and the directories in an alphabetical order. Now if you wanted to list all the files or directories that are created at when it was last modified, you will use ls-ltr, which means give you everything by the timely order and in reverse, meaning the oldest one at the top and the newest one at the bottom. When you hit enter, you will see Jerry was the first one that was created, followed by the Kramer. Next one we are creating is George. How do you verify that file was created? You do ls l. Now these files can be changed or renamed or moved, but we'll go to the next set of files to create. I want you to use this time the copy command. So I want you to use copy Jerry, and then the destination file I want you to be Lex. So do ls-ltr. So what exactly it did, it copied this Jerry file and named it Lex. I want you to do the same thing for Clark. So copy Jerry or Kramer or whichever file and do Clark. Same thing, copy Jerry and Lois. Now let's verify we have all those files. There you go, we got all 6 files. So now 3 files we created with touch command, 3 files we created with the copy command, and the rest of the files we'll create using VI. Now remember, VI is a very tricky, so I will only create 1 file and we will cover the VI later. So VI space Homer. So hit enter. Once you hit enter, it will bring you to file editor. Now be very careful what you type in here, because you will not be able to get out if you really don't know what you are doing. So at this point I just want you to do shift : W as in write, Q as in quit, and exclamation point, which is also referred as bang. Hit enter. The file Homer is created. How do we verify it? Let's do ls-ltr, and there you go, the Homer file is created. Now the other 3 files I will create by the touch command. Now you will notice you don't have to run touch command over and over again. You could run the touch command just once and do Bart space Lisa space marg, March. So now with this just one command, it will create 3 files. So hit enter. Verified. All 3 files, Bart, March, Lisa, all of them are in this directory. Now the next step I want you to do is create directories within your home directory. So just do pwd just to make sure you are in home directory. Then from here you do mkdir space Seinfeld. Now the directory is created because you got your prompt back. How do you verify it? ls-ltr, and you see at the bottom that's where the directory is created. And if you notice, some of the Linux distributions also change the color for you, so this way it will be easier for you to identify which one is the file or which one is a directory. Same way I want you to create another directory, mkdir Superman, and again you could also do the same way. Instead of running one command after the other, you could just run one command and followed by 2 different directories. So the second directory we have is Simpson, and hit enter. Once you hit enter, again do ls-ltr, see all 3 directories at the bottom, and you have all your files right here listed here. So this is the way you create files and directories in your home directory. If you try to create a directory in, let's say, slash or somewhere else where you do not have permission, it would tell you that this directory, you do not have sufficient rights to create that directory. So let's take the example. If you go to cd/etc and I want to create a file here, let's call it test123 and hit enter. It's going to tell you you do not have permission to create that file in there because we don't own slash. Who owns the slash? Root owns it, and you are not root. Who are you? You are yourself. In this case, I have Sol. Again, we learned 4 commands: touch, copy, vi to create files, and the last command we learned to create directories is mkdir. Linux file types. Did you know there are 7 different types of Linux files in Linux? That includes directories, links, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So let's look at them one by one. The first one is a regular file. Anything that does not have a letter associated to it at the beginning of it, it's a regular file. Anything that starts with D, it's a directory. Any attribute of a file that has an L in front of it is a link, and anything starts with C is a special file or device file, meaning if you attach a keyboard or a CPU or a memory, anything that is attached to your system, that is also created as a file, and that file starts with C. And there is a socket file starts with S, name pipe that starts with P, and a block device that starts with B. Oftentimes, these are the type of questions that are asked during the interview. They'll ask you, tell me the file that starts with C. What does that file is for? Or what is the file that starts with P? Now remember, I'm not talking about the file name. I'm talking about the first column that you see when you run ls-l. That defines the type of file that you're dealing with. Finding files and directories. Oftentimes, system administrators or system engineers or technicians, whoever the user of Linux is, they forget where files are located. Just like in Windows, when you want to find a file, you are given a little search box on the top of the window, and you type in the search and looks for its file. It takes a very long time, of course, in Windows, but in Linux it's a lot faster and a lot easier. So there are 2 main commands that are used to find files and directories in your system. And the reason you need to find it, if you remember, I gave you an example of our closet. You go into our closet, you want to find a shirt that you haven't been worn for a long time, and you don't know where you have it, which drawer or which shelf. You do need to have tools to look for those files. And those tools in Linux are find and locate. So we're going to use those commands in our Linux environment and do some exercises and see how they work. So here we have our Linux machine, and let's find out where we are. We are in our home directory, and in our home directory we have files, different files in different directory. I wanted to go into Seinfeld directory, and I want to see what's inside of it. Inside of it, there are different files called Kramer, George, Jerry, Putty, Seinfeld characters, all those different files. Now, what if you go back one step and you are in home directory, and here you thought that you created a file called Kramer in this home directory, but when you come in here, you don't see it. So you could either go into each directory one by one, do ls command and find it, which is very cumbersome. You don't want to do it. So you could find it by the command find. the syntax of the command is find, and where do you want to find it? You could give a relative path, which is dot, which means in this current directory. Start the search from this current directory, and this current directory is home IFZL. So find dot dash name space double quote Kramer double quote close, and you hit enter. It's going to tell you that the Kramer file is inside of Seinfeld directory, and it's in there starting from this current directory. So this current directory has Seinfeld directory, yes, of course. And now I know I created that Kramer file in Seinfeld. Okay, perfect. Locate command works the same way. So you are in your home directory and you want to locate Kramer. This is telling you exactly where that file is. Find command is used sometimes to look for files in a very hierarchical way where you have tons of different directory, where locate is gonna find you in a short searches. So if you want to find where let's say our network file is, where does it locate it? So if you see find slash, because you want to find that network file from the root of the file system, because you don't know where that file is starting from which directory. So you always start with root space dash name comma fcfg dash, and what is our interface? We don't know our interface, so we'll just control C and we'll do if config, and our interface is enp-s0 s3. So find slash name cfg. This is the name, this is the file name of our interface, which we will cover, by the way, later. And we want to find it. Now we are getting all the permission denied. Whoa. Okay, relax. Why are we getting permission denied? Why didn't find it? Okay, I know why. And I'm sure you guys know why too. Because you do not have permissions to go into certain directories. So why? Because you are IFZL. And who have permission to go into different directories? Tell me. Root. Yes, root has it. So you do su root to become root, put in the password. Now you run that command find slash from the beginning cfg dash enp. I always forget that, sorry. Okay, so find slash name and if cfg dash enp0s0s3, and now I'm gonna run it. Now it's gonna go into every directory and look for it. The first one is just a run directory. I suppose this is just the process itself, so don't worry about it, you can ignore it. Second one, you'll see it found it. It is telling me this file that you're looking for is in etc sysconfig network-script and if cfg-enp0s3. If someone asks you where is that file located, as if it's in just a general question or if it's an interview question, you know the best way to answer it is I will run my find command or locate command to find where that file is located. So practice those two commands, run man on these commands and look for different options that you could use for these commands and see how easy it could become for you.
Difference between find and locate command. Now we recently learned how we could use find command and how we could use locate command to find the files that usually people forget once they create it. So now we need to, in this lesson we will learn what is exact difference between find and locate command, why we would use one and not use the other, or vice versa. So locate command uses a pre-built database which should be regularly updated, while find command iterates over a file system to locate files. Thus locate is much faster than find, but can be inaccurate if the database can be seen as a cache is not updated. So in simple words, the difference between locate and find command is locate command has a database that it maintains. So if that database is updated and then you try to find it using the locate command, then it will be the search result is going to be a lot faster. Whereas find command is actually relies on file system to do the searches. It does not have a database. That is the main differences between these two commands. To have the database updated whenever a new files are created, then you have to run the command update db. Or if you do not run this command, then by default, perhaps after a few minutes or hours, the system or the operating system will run or update the locate command database itself. But if you do not want to wait and you want to get the result right away, then of course you have to run the update db command. Now without further ado, let's get into our Linux machine and I'll show you exactly what is the difference between both of these commands that we have learned in the previous lesson. I'll go straight into my Linux machine. I am logged in as myself and my host name is my first Linux VM. Okay, so now if I create a file, let's say touch, and let's call it Susan, and hit enter. Now where am I? Which directory am I in? So you do pwd, I am in my home IDFC directory. Okay, perfect. Now if I wanted to find the file, I would run the command find dot, meaning this current location, dash name, Susan, and hit enter. And now it's telling you the Susan file is in this current directory. You could also do the same thing if you could specify the fully path or absolute path, which is home IDFC, and then you hit enter. Then it will tell you that this Susan file is located in home IDFC. If you run the locate command on Susan, you think what will happen here? It will not find it. Why? Because the locate command relies on its own database, a local database, and that database is not updated yet. So for that database to know, hey, there is a new file that has just been created called Susan, you need to know about it. Then what we need to do is we need to run the command update db. When you run that, you will get that error message saying update db cannot open a temporary file for var lib mlocate db. By the way, this is the actual database file where all the files information on the file system are stored. So it's saying it cannot update. Why? Because, or it cannot find it or cannot open it because we are not root. So become root and now run update db. It has completed. Exit out of root. Make sure now you are yourself. Now you run the locate command on Susan and hit enter, and there you go. It finds it. It finds it so fast. So locate command, you do not have to specify the path where it has to go and look for. You do not have to specify the options dash name. It's that simple. You will run locate command followed by the name of the file that you're looking for, and it will find it in a split of a second for you. That's why locate command searches is a lot faster. However, it relies on the database file. So make sure every time you create a file and you want to do a locate command on that file, run the command update database. So that's the main difference that I wanted to cover in this lesson. I know I had a lot of people, a lot of students ask me about the find and locate command. So I added this lesson for you guys so there is no confusion about it. And now you know everything about these two commands. All right, enjoy.
Changing password. In this lesson, we will cover how you could change the user password. Either you are root and you force the user to change the password but the first time you log in, or if you are just yourself and you want to change your own password. You should change your initial password as soon as you log in. Now this is when your account is created for the first time in the system and you log in with a password that's been given to you. Or sometimes what happens is a password is not given to you. You would just log in with your username and it will automatically prompt you to put in a new password. To change a password, the command is password followed by the user ID. The password is not the entire word, it's just PASSWD. It does not have O and R in it. So it's password space user ID. And user ID in my case is IFSol. When you hit enter, it will ask you for your old password or your existing password that you have. You provide that password. The next thing it will ask you is to put in your new password. You input your new password, it will reconfirm the new password for it. So it will ask you retype your new password. The reason it asks for the second time is because if you have made a mistake in your earlier entry of adding new password, it will match to confirm that you have added the right password. Now if you just type PASSWD while you are root, remember it will change your root password. If you type PASSWD followed by user ID, then it will change the password of that user. So let's log into our Linux machine through console and see how we could change our user password. Here we have our Linux machine console. I'll just do a right click and open the terminal. I always like to make this terminal a little bigger, make the window a little bigger. I could just simply drag and drop, or I could simply maximize it by clicking here. Anyway, let's get into our changing password. So when I type password followed by my user ID, it says only root can specify a username. So only root has the right to specify the username. I'm not root, I'm being myself. Who am I? Or who am I? I'm myself. So all I would do is just put in just password command, not the username. I would hit enter, and now it's asking me to change or to provide my current password. So I'm gonna put in my current password. Now it's asking me for a new password. Now remember, I'm gonna put in, this time I'm just gonna put in 1 2 3 4, and let's say what it says. It says the password is shorter than 8 characters. So let's put in 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and it says password fails the dictionary check. So now Unix or most of the operating system nowadays have this check where it looks for a dictionary and see if that password exists, or see if that word exists or not. So make sure you change the password to something that does not go with the dictionary. So I'm gonna change it to something different. There you go. See, it took it. I'm gonna reconfirm it. And password all authentication tokens updated successfully. So that's this command to change the password, and I want you to try that command. Try a couple of different types, different ways. Become root and change your password by typing password IFSol or your username, and then log in as yourself and try that command. Wildcards. What are wildcards? Just as its name says, they are wild cards, meaning if you play cards, and in poker or blackjack, they do pick a card like a 10 or 9, whatever the card, and you could match it to any of the card to make your flash, trail, or whatever that you like. So that is kind of a wild card. So just like that, in Linux, we use wild cards to get the output that we are looking for. A wild card is a character. Now this is a definition right from the Linux dictionary that can be used as a substitute from any of a class of characters in a search. So there are many wildcards, but the most basic ones I have listed here. There are 3. The first one is the one I use most of the time, is asterisk, which is also referred to as a star. A star represents 0 or more characters, anything that matches with that star placeholder. We'll look into that in a moment when we actually use the star wildcard in our Linux machine. Then we have question mark, represents a single character. So if you have a file name text and you are looking for any files that has the word text, and you could use TE instead of X, you could just put question mark in there and then T. That means whichever files that had TE, doesn't matter what's inside of it, the X and the last letter is T, then it will work. The third one, we have brackets, which represents a range of characters. So it's better we'll look at it in the Linux machine to understand them more deeply. I'm going to bring up my machine real quick. Where did it go? Right here. I'm logged in, always as myself. And I'm in my home directory, of course. Now, right now, these are the files and directories exist in my home directory. I want to create 9 files that has a name, let's say ABCD1 and XYZ. And then same thing, instead of 1, it just increments the number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could do this, touch ABCD1 -XYZ one time, then hit up arrow key again, change 1 to 2, change 2 to 3, and keep going. But don't you think it's cumbersome and tedious? It is, right? So we use wildcard to perform that task because we're going to create 9 files. So it's just a practice that we are doing for 9 files. Trust me, in corporate environment, you're probably going to have to create like thousands of files. What you going to do? You're going to just hit up arrow key or type it 1,000 times? No, that's not productive. So then what do? We use wildcards. So first of all, I'm going to remove these files one by one. Again, I could remove it wildcard as well. But let's create it first, then I'll show you how I could remove it. So I have 2 left. Now I could use a wildcard to remove both in one shot. Remove ABC wildcard. So what is telling it? Remove everything that has a file name that starts with ABC, and whatever that comes afterward, you don't care. Just remove it. I hit enter. That's my LTR, and you'll see all those 2 files are gone. Now I'm going to create 9 files, and to create 9 files I'll use the command touch. As you know, the touch is the command to use. And then there is a wildcard, another wildcard that's called curly braces. So I was creating file ABCD curly braces 1.9 because I'm going to create 9 files. So this curly braces 1.9 is telling you create 9 files that has the digit 1 through 9 and -XYZ. When I run this command, what do you think that I will have listed in my home directory? I will have 9 files. Right here at the bottom, you'll see I have 9 files. Awesome, right? This is what you wanted to do. It is much more faster to do in the wildcard as opposed to typing one by one. So let's use the asterisk. What I just want to list every file name that starts with ABC. You do ABC asterisk and you will have all the files that starts with ABC. I want to remove every file that starts with ABC. You could remove one by one, A, B, C, D, 1, and so on and so forth. Again, very cumbersome. Don't do it. You're a system administrator. You are smart folks. You don't want to use the commands one by one. What you would use? You'll use a wildcard. So you'll do A, B, C, D, or A, B, and do asterisk. The reason I picked the 4 letters is because if I just pick A and hit asterisk, it will also remove any other files in my home directory that starts with A, and which I don't want it to do it. Right now I don't have any files. So let's say if I create a file touch A. So now I have all the files and A. So I just want to confirm I don't have A, so I don't delete any file accidentally. So yes, I don't have any file that begins with A other than these. So if I just do remove A asterisk, it will remove all the files that starts with A. Let's check it. See, all those files are gone. Isn't that cool? Yes, it is. I love this asterisk because I use it all the time. I'm gonna recreate those files again by hitting up arrow key. That will return my last ran command. Just confirm they are there. Now what if I want to remove everything that ends with XYZ? Same way, remove, but this time we'll put asterisk in front of XYZ. Hit enter, boom, all gone. Awesome. I'm gonna recreate it just for the exercise of this lesson. It created 9 files. Now we'll move on to the next wildcard, which is the question mark. The next question mark is telling it ls minus l question mark B C D asterisk. Okay, what am I asking here? I'm asking is give me all the files that has whatever the character is the first, as long as the other characters has B, C, D, and whatever comes afterwards. These are the matching files because whatever the first character is, whether it's A or not, I don't care. I just want to make sure I will get the listing of the files that has B, C, D in it and after the A. So that's how you use the question mark. And the last one we have brackets. Bracket is going to tell me that give me anything that has C or D letter in a file. It's just that simple. Either C, either D, either F, or this and that. So you put all that stuff that you're looking for inside of the bracket and you will have all those files you see here. And it went so fast, so I'm going to put it in more. The output, I want to see one page at a time. And you'll see it gave me, and it has A, it has B. Every file that I'm getting has either has A or B, either has A or B. So that's how it works. That's how the wildcard works. Again, now I want to get rid of all the files that has X and Y in it. Awesome. I have my wildcard. I'm not gonna go and delete one by one. So this command is telling the shell that go ahead and please delete all the files that has X and Y in it. And X and Y has to be together, of course. So we do have these matching files, X, Y, and I will go ahead and delete it. And all of them are gone. So wildcard not necessarily is used just with ls or remove. You could use it with any of the commands we have. You could use it with all the commands we have learned so far. Try it with different commands. If it doesn't work, that's okay. Go online, Google it, and try wildcard examples. Try them, just get familiar with them. This will help you a lot in your job, I promise you. Soft links and hard links. This is one of the important topics in Linux, and something that you will have to remember, because you will be working on creating soft links and hard links in your Linux career, or if you're going to be working in system administration capacity. Before I tell you anything about what a soft link and hard link is, I have to tell you inode. What an inode is. Inode is basically a pointer or a number of a file on a hard disk. So if I create a file called, let's say, Hulk, that file name is HULK. That is the name for me as a human, for me to understand the name of the file. But computer does not understand names. Computer understand numbers. So every time we create a file, computer assigns a number to that file on a hard disk and associate that number to it. That number is called inode. And every time we try to retrieve that file or read that file, it goes and retrieve that number. So now you know the inode. Let me tell you about a soft link now. A soft link is a link that when created, and it will be removed if a file is removed or renamed. So if I create a file and I create a soft link to that file. So once I create it, it actually looks for that inode through that file. So that creates a soft link. So if I remove the source file, it will remove the destination link. Whereas hard link is when deleting or renaming the source file, the hard link will not change. It will remain the same as if you have copied it. To create a hard link command, you will run ln as in link. To create a soft link, you will run the same command but with the option -s. And I have a picture right here, which of course a picture speaks 1,000 words. So if you see on the right hand side, it's my soft link. It is connecting through my file to the inode. Whereas my hard link is connecting straight to the inode. So if the middle part, which is my file.txt, goes away, my soft link goes away. However, in my hard link file, if middle file, my file.txt goes away, it doesn't matter. The file stays. Let's log into our machine, our Linux machine, and I will explain to you much better how these links work. By the way, one more thing I should mention, link is just like a shortcut in a regular term, as if you are creating a shortcut on your desktop in your Windows environment. You have a file located somewhere in Windows, system 32, blah, 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 blah. Of course, you have to go to that file all the time by navigating through that file system. Click, 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 click. So much work, man. So what do? We create a shortcut to our desktop. All you have to do is double click and boom, it runs. The same. Just like that, we have Linux, soft link, and hard link. So without further ado, I'm going to log into my machine and I'll explain to you. Okay, this is our machine. Just going to drag it a little more to the left. Just wanted to confirm again, I am logged in as myself. This is my name. This is my home directory. Perfect. I want to create a file called Hulk. Everybody knows Hulk, right? Fun character, big giant character. I like it, like his movies. Okay, anyway, I created a file called Hulk. Now I will like to create a link to that file Hulk. I will go to temp directory. I am in temp, not in my home directory, and I want to create link, soft link to Hulk. And Hulk file location is home, IFZOL, and the name of the file is Hulk. Boom. It created the file link. How do we verify it? Your friendly command, ls-ltr, and if you see right at the bottom, it is telling you it has created a link. and Linux operating system. Since we are running Linux with the GUI, it changes some of the color, it changes it to blue. So right here, the first bit, it's telling you it is L. What is L for? L is for link. What is D for? D is for directory. Yes, very good. And what is a file that does not have anything? Of course it's a file. I already answered that. Okay, anyway. So it created a link. Now I will go back to my home directory by just typing cd pwd to just confirm I am in my home directory. Yes, I am. And I will type something in my file called Hulk. So I'll do echo and do Hulk is a superhero. Okay, and I will output that to Hulk file. When I do cat Hulk, it's there, right? Okay, now I'm gonna go to my temp directory and I'll do cat, just confirm I'm in my temp directory, yes, and I'm gonna cat the Hulk. And you see it has the same content that I just typed in. So it's just a shortcut, just a link. Now I will come back to my home directory and I will run ls-li. What is I? I stands for inodes. If I wanted to find out the inode of this file, I will run I. So yeah, it's there, but since I didn't type ls-ltr, it went in the middle, so I'll type ls-ltr and then I. So this way it will be at the bottom. So if you see the inode number right here is the number that is associated with my file Hulk. Again, inode is the number that is remembered by your operating system and it is on your disk. It does not remember Hulk. When I go to temp and do ls-ltr, and right here if I do ls-ltr I to find out the inode of this Hulk, it has a different inode. Is it a different? I'm not sure. Let's check. ls-ltr I, and I'm gonna do home IFZOL Hulk. It has a different inode. So this one is remembered as a different file. It is remembering as its link. It does not know that it is actually a file. It just knows that it's a link. So this number is associated to a link. Now I will go to my home directory again, and this time I'm going to remove the Hulk. Hulk is gone from my home directory, right? I'm going to go back to temp directory and I'm going to see where my Hulk is. By the way, if I just type Hulk, it will just give me Hulk. There you go. So Hulk is there, but it's no longer blue, or it's look crooked. Why it looks crooked? Because the file is gone. If I do cat right now and do Hulk, tell me what will happen. No such file or directory. Of course, there is no such file because the link is removed. The source link is removed. So the link will still linger around even though the source of the link is not there. So it's better that I'll just remove the link as well. And just verify it. Yep, it's gone. If I just wanted to do ls-ltr, just do Hulk. Yeah, see, no file. So that's how the soft link works. Now I will explain you how the hard link works. Let's go and create our file again. We'll call it Hulk again. And I will put something inside the file. Echo Hulk is a superhero. Okay, I'll put that in Hulk. How do I verify it? We'll just do cat the file. And yes, Hulk is a superhero. The content is there. Now I will go into temp directory and I want to link to this file, creating hard link. You see, I'm not going with -s option. S stands for soft link. So I'll do link home IFZOL Hulk. Link is created. How do we verify it? You just run ls-ltr, and you will see at the bottom it's telling me that the link is created. Now the difference between this link, hard link, and the soft link is that there is no pointing to other file. That is the difference of hard link and soft link. Now if I read the content of this file, it says Hulk is a superhero. So same content, everything is same. Now let me go back to my home directory. I'm in that home directory. Let's check that Hulk file, and I will write down something else in it now. Echo 1 2 3 and then to Hulk. Let's read it. Hulk is a superhero, and then 1 2 3 in the line. I'll go back into my temp directory and cat Hulk, and it is added here as well. So what it's telling us that you could modify the source file, you can modify the contents of the source file. It will modify the destination link, which is perfect. Now let's go to my home directory again, and this time I will remove Hulk. Alright, Hulk file is gone. We confirmed it. It's not there. Now I will go back to temp directory, and I will do ls-ltr again, and you will see the file still exists, the link still exists. And when we do Hulk, and it does still have all the contents that we put it in. Wow. Okay, so what is it telling us? It's telling us that in the hard link, when you remove the source of the file, it does not remove the destination. So that's the basic difference. Is I'll go ahead and just remove this Hulk file as well, the Hulk link as well. So please do remember the difference between soft link and hard link. Many times these questions will be asked during the interview. If you're not going for the interview, if you are just wanted to level up your career, have fun.
How to open an image file. I know a lot of people, a lot of my students have asked me that we could open a regular file, a text file, using VI, cat, more, head, or any other ways to open. It's easy, or even VI, the file, to open a text file. Now the question that came up was how we could open an image file using the command line. Well, first of all, if you are in a GUI environment, you could simply double click on that image file and it will open up. But if you do not want to use the double clicking thing, then you wanted to run a command to open up a file, an image file, then there is a way to do that. So image file formats are standardized means of organizing and storing digital images. Image files are composed of digital data in one of these formats that can be rasterized for use on a computer display or printer. An image file format may store data in uncompressed, compressed, or vector formats. This definition is straight out of Wikipedia. I just want to quickly go over it. What we will learn in this lesson is how can we install a program that will allow us to open an image file, and command syntax to open that image file in GUI. Alright, so let's go into our Linux machine. I have my Linux machine right here. Now, if you have an image, you could, on the GUI, you could just simply double click and it will open up. But the question right here we have is we want to run a command to open up an image. But please do remember, if you are getting into your Linux machine through SSH or through PuTTY, and then you try this, it will not work, because images, GUIs, and stuff like that do not work on Linux terminals. So for us to try out how we could open it, we have to actually first get an image into our system. So I have my Firefox open. I went to google.com and I actually clicked on Google, I typed Linux, I went to images, and it gave me all bunch of Linux related images. Let's pick any one that you like. I will pick this penguin. Right click on this image and click on Save Image As. This will ask you where do you want to save this image. So pick desktop, because this is your desktop where you will be saving your image. So scroll down and click Save. Now you could go back up. You could close this Firefox because our image is downloaded. As you could see, it is right here. And if you want to open up this image in GUI, all you do is you double click and it will open up the image in your Linux. Perfect. Now, again, going back to my question is, now how can we open that using command? So which directory I am in? I am in home, IFSol. If I go to my desktop and do ls-l, I do see the file is there, which is 1200 ptx, which is the same name as this. If I do cat on it, then what happened? Oops, it doesn't know what that file is or how to open it. Then which other command that I could run to open that image? Well, for that you have to install a program called image disk or something like that. I believe I have it somewhere. Let me see. Okay, this is the file. This is the document that I have it saved on my desktop, and I have included in the handout section as well. So what this document says is basically you have to become root. So let's go become root. And then you have to run the command yum install image magic. That's a package name actually. So let's clear the screen, and before we do the yum install, let's make sure we could get out to the internet. So to confirm that we could get out to the internet, you could simply ping www.google.com, and we are getting the reply back. Perfect. Now you could go ahead and do yum install image magic -y to go ahead and say yes when it asks this is what it's going to install. So it is looking for the package that we want to download. It is looking for dependencies. Okay, it asks that the package install package is 1, size is 9.1 meg. It went pretty fast because we have given the option to of Y, which is -y for yes, to go ahead and install it. Now let's confirm if that image RPM has been installed. RPM grep, so there you go. Image magic. This is the RPM. This is the program that allows you to open your image file. Now you have to run the command, which is display space image of the file name actually. Alright, so before we do that, let's get into our directory where that image is located. So that is in our home IFSol directory. When you do ls-l, you will see it has all the directories and files, but we had downloaded that image file in desktop folder. Then do ls-l and you will see our file is there. Now you could run the command display the file name and hit enter, and this will open up your image file. That's how it works if you wanted to use this command to open up the image file. But anyway, I do want to let you know, in corporate world we do not have too much application or its use in a real world. We don't really use this command or this package. But anyway, I listen to my students as always, and I have included this lesson. So this way, if someone wants to find out how to open an image file through the command line, they would know how to do that. Alright, good luck. Command syntax. Every time you run a command, you have the option and you have an argument. Command typically have the syntax like command, like as if you are running command, let's say ls, it's a listing command. The option is going to be the -l or ltr, whatever we used, an argument if you are looking for a specific file. Now, what are the options again? It modifies the way that a command works. Usually consists of a hyphen or dash followed by a single letter. Sometimes some commands accept multiple options, which can usually be grouped together for a single hyphen. And what are the arguments? Most commands are used together with one or more arguments. Some commands assume a default argument if none is supplied, and arguments are optional for some commands and required by others. Let's look at our Linux machine and I will explain you exactly how the command syntax works. So we are in this Linux machine. Again, the first thing you always have to do is find out who are you or which user are you logged in as. So you do who am I, you are yourself. Second thing, which directory you are in. You are in /home and /your user. This is your home directory. And by the way, every time you type cd, no matter which directory you are in, you're always going to come back to your home directory. Now, when I mean by command, so when we run command ls in your directory, you will see all the directories and files it has without other details that you get. So when you use the option, so you do ls -l, this will list everything that you have in your home directory, and then it will also give you all the details, whether it's a directory, file size, who owns it, and all the bunch of stuff. So you're adding the option with it, which is -l. So options can also be grouped with, when I meant the group, it means ls -l, and you could add another option to it, which is t. So you see, it will list all the contents of your directory by the time they were created. Then when you do another option with that, ls -ltr, it will still give you all the listing, but it will list all the newest files or directories starting at the bottom and the oldest one from the top. So that covers our ls as a command, and then our second one is the option, which we use ls -ltr. And what do we mean by argument? Let's look at the argument again. Argument can be used to be more specific, meaning, let's say if you wanted to know just the file BART, so you do ls -l BART. This is gonna only list the file BART. If you wanted to know the details about the file BART, who owns it, what's the permission on it, you could just use that argument to list it. So now you have command, you have option, and you have argument. If you wanted to, let's say, delete a directory, which is, by the way, the command to delete is rm remove -f, which is to remove without asking you whether they should delete it or not. So you could just do remove -f, and then let's say I wanted to remove Seinfeld, and when you hit enter, it's gonna say cannot remove Seinfeld. It's a directory, so we have to use an option to remove it. And to remove a directory with an option, it is, so let's say if this time we take out F and we just do R. So R is an option to remove a directory. So when you hit enter, it will remove the Seinfeld. And how do you validate that? You do ls -ltr, and you're going to see in your listing Seinfeld directory is gone. and I want you to recreate it again as mkdir Seinfeld. You do ls minus ltr, and there you go. This has at the bottom, it has your new directory Seinfeld. So again, to wrap up this lesson, we covered the command, the option, and the argument. And the best way to find out which options you have available with the command, you always run man, which stands for manual, and ls, which is the command. When you hit enter, it will give you a user command, a manual, which will give you all the options. Like if you run -a, it will ignore entry starting with dot. If you uppercase A, B, and C and so on, and you could just hit space to go down and see other options. Keep hitting space, keep hitting space, keep hitting space, and you see all the different options. And by the time you get to the bottom and you cannot hit space anymore, you could just hit Q to get your prompt back. You could also run a man ls, hit enter, and if you just wanted to view the first page without going any further, you could just simply quit out of it right away instead of just hitting space, space, and go to the end. So you hit Q. So this is what primarily we covered in this lesson. Again, command, option, and argument. File permissions. In this lesson, we will learn how you could change the permissions of your files and directories. This way, you are protecting your environment, your files, and your directories from being viewed by other users or being deleted by other users. Unix is a multi-user system. Every file and directory in your account can be protected from or made accessible to other users by changing its access permissions. Every user has a responsibility for controlling access to their files. Permissions for a file or a directory may be restricted to by its types. There are three types of permissions: read, write, and execute. I'm sure you know read and write. What does it mean by execute? If it's a program, if a file itself is a script or a program, it has an X permission, which is executable. Not everybody is allowed to run a certain permission. So if a user is allowed to run a program, they would have an executable permissions to it. Each permission, which is read, write, and executable, can be controlled at three different levels. At a user level, which is yourself. At a group level, can be people in the same project or group or the same department, or others like everyone else. File or directory permission can be displayed by running ls-l command. So you will see here at the bottom, you'll see read write x. The first bit shows that it's a file. The next three bits shows it has read write and executable permission by the user. The second three bits are for the group, and the third three bits are for the others. Command to change the permission is change mod. A lot of times it's also referred to as chmod. So let's look at our Linux machine. So this way I will better explain to you how permission works. Again, the first step you always do is to check who you are. You are yourself, which directory you are in, and you are in your home directory. And when you do ls, this command will show you documents and folders and files, but it's not going to show you the details, whether it's a directory, what permission it has, or what's the size of it. So what's the option we use? I'm sure you know this by now. ls-l, or LTR, or whichever you prefer. So when you do ls minus L, you see the listing of all the files with all its details. Now let's pick one file. Let's pick, we'll pick Jerry. We also use the option ls minus L Jerry. Here you'll see the first bit right here, dash. This one refers to as it's a file. The second 3 bits referred to as read, write, and execute. Now this shows the user I absolve, which is myself who created this file, has only read and write permissions. I do not have executable permission. It means this file is not a script. That's why it does not have executable. If it was a script, then it would have X to it. So I have myself as I absolve has a right to read the file and right to write to it. The second group who owns it, who has a permission, is right here, is R, W, and again dash, which means the group, which is the group itself is also I absolve, also have R, W, and dash. And the last one is other. These last 3 permissions is that the others can only read this file. They cannot write to it or they cannot delete to it. So these are the permissions at the level of user, group, and others. Now let's take the command to change these file permissions. What's the command to change the file system is change mod. Again, every time you are learning a new command, I will highly recommend you that after the lesson you run man and chmod followed by the command name. This will give you all the details about the command, what it does, what options it has, what the commands are used for, and so on. So I'm going to use chmod command, and what I wanted to do right now is I wanted to have the group right here, these 3 bits. I want this group to not have the W, the write permission. So I will do is G as a group minus W and the file name, Jerry. So what I'm telling the operating system to do is remove the write permissions from the file name Jerry. Again, this shows that I have a command right here, and these are my options, and these are my arguments. So once I execute that, it will give me my prompt back, and when I do ls minus LTR minus L Jerry, and you will see right here now there is no write permission. So anyone in the group I absolve cannot write to this file. They could still read it, but they cannot write to it. Now I want to remove the read permission from everyone. So the command to do that is chmod. And if you want to do for everyone, then you use A as for all minus R. And which file are you working on? You're working on Jerry. So you hit enter and you do ls minus LTR or just L and Jerry. And you will see no one has read permissions. Now we only have the write permission by the user I absolve. I want to remove that write permission as well. So what do? chmod. And now which option am I going to use? I'm going to use U as user. Remember we have 3 different groups, 3 different ways we could change it right here. Each permission can be controlled at 3 levels, U, G, and O. So I'm going to use U because U as myself minus W, Jerry. How do I verify it again? You do ls minus L, Jerry. And there you go. Now you could tell by looking at this file that it has no permission. So even myself, if I wanted to delete this file, I cannot delete this file. Let's look at RM to remove a file. Jerry. It will say remove write protect irregular empty file. It is giving me the warning sign that this is write protected. If I say a yes, then it will remove it because since I'm the owner actually, but it does give me a warning sign. So I don't want to remove it. I'll just say no. And then if I wanted to read a file, you could use the command cat, which I will cover later on. But for this lesson, I'll just tell you, Jerry, we could do the read, and I will see it says permission denied. Why is that? Because I don't even have a read permission to read that file. So I wanted to give back all the access, all the permissions that I had at the beginning. Right here is the file, and I wanted to give back all the permissions. So let's start with first user, chmod, and the user is you, and I wanted to give plus, because I'm adding permission, I'm going to give read and w. And Jerry. Let's see if it has the permission that I want. Yes, it has it. Now the user has it. Now I wanted to give this group the same thing. So what do? By the way, you could run up arrow key to go back to the last command that you typed. So in this case, we'll just replace U with G. Hit enter. Let's check it again. And there you go. The user has it read write, the group has it read write, but others don't have anything. Well, when we created the file, others had the read permission, so I wanted to assign to others as well. So the command to do is change mod others plus read Jerry. Let's try it again to see if it worked. And it did. Now we got all the permissions back. Now this same command works on a directory, works on a link, and works on a file. You could use on anyone. So these are the 3 permissions that you could see. You have this permission column, the first column, in your ls-l output. This would tell you what kind of permissions you have. Now, what if a directory has this executable right here? Does that mean the directory is a script? No. The reason it means X here is because you could cd into that directory. That's why you have X in the directories. So if I have this directory called Seinfeld, I could do cd Seinfeld, and I could actually get into the Seinfeld directory. Now let's go one step back and do ls-ltr again. And now I want to take away the permissions for everyone to go into that directory. So what do I do? Is change mod. I want everyone, so a minus executable Seinfeld. So now when you do ls-ltr, you'll see this directory has read write but no executable. Read write, no executable. Read write, read, no executable, no write. So can I cd into that directory now? I don't know. Let's see. cd Seinfeld. Permission denied. All right. Why? Because we don't have executable right to that directory. We have to have an executable right to cd into that directory. So let's assign the permission back. All plus x Seinfeld. And let's check again. And you'll see the Seinfeld at the bottom now has executable, executable, and executable. This is how you could protect your files and directories from being manipulated or being deleted even by accident. File ownership. In this lesson, we will cover how files and directories are owned and how we could change the ownership of those files and directories. So the file ownerships are created on user level and a group level. There are two owners of a file or directory. A user, the one who creates the file or directory, and the second one is a group, the user, the group that belongs to. If you belong to two different group and the permission applies that the second group has a read permissions, or you could delete a file or directory, as long as you're in that group, then you would have that right. Command to change file ownership is change own, which is also known as change own, and change group, CHGRP. Change own changes the ownership of a file. Change group changes the group ownership of a file. Recursive ownership change option. If you are using an option with change own or change group with minus uppercase R, it will not only change that directory, but also all the files and directories within that parent directory. If you look at the example of Windows, let's say we have this folder called videos, and when I do right click and go to properties, you'll see that under security, this file is owned by the systems, an IFC, and administrator. So you see these two people here, these are the group, and the single user, one person here, is just a user, and again the system is a group. So group, system, and administrator own this file or folder called video, and the user who created that folder is IFC. And you see at the bottom it tells you whether that user has read, write, or executable permission. You can see right here it has all the permission that we talked about. In our Linux machine, when we log into our Linux machine, again, the first thing what we do, we'll see who we are. So we are ourself. See what files or directories we have. These are all the listing of files and directories we have. Now here in the first, second, and here the third column. The third column tells you who owns this file. Let's say we go to Lisa. We created this file Lisa, and the person who owns this file Lisa is the user IFC, or yourself in this case. The fourth column right here is the group name. In this case is IFC again, because I am part of my own group. I belong to my own group. I could change that to a different group, but since I'm a regular user, not a super user, I won't be able to change that permission to any other group. The only person or the only account that could change that ownership is root. So let's become root, su dash once you log in, you do pwd, and here it will bring you into /root. Now remember, you are not in your home directory, you are in root directory because you are root right now. So I want you to go to your home directory, which is, if you remember, /home and / your username. It will take you to your home directory. You could just do pwd to confirm and do ls-ltr to confirm another time that these are your directories and files. If you wanted to change the permission of Lisa and you wanted to change it from yourself and you wanted to have this owned by root, what you'll do is change own, and you specify the name of the user you want to change to and the name of the file, Lisa. And then when you do ls-ltr, here you will see right here the file is now owned by root. You could also do, just to be more specific, so you don't see all of the files, you do ls -l Lisa, and you'll see here now the file is owned by root. You could do the same thing when you do chgrp, which is to change the group. You could do the group also. There's another group called root, and you could do Lisa again, and you could verify it. And now you'll see this file Lisa is owned by root, and the group who owns this file is also root. Now what happened when you become yourself again? How do you get out of this root account? You just simply type exit. You are logged out, and just confirm who you are. You are yourself, which directory you are in. You're in your home directory. Do ls -ltr, and you see there is this file Lisa. Now what happens if you try to delete this file? Let's see, rm Lisa. It will tell you remove write protected regular of empty file. If you say yes and do ls -ltr, there you go, it is gone. The reason it is gone now, why, is because when you go one step back to your home directory, so your home is right now is /home/yourself, and when you go one step back, you are in just /home and do ls -l. Here you'll see the IFZOL directory, which is your home directory, has the permission of yourself to read, write, and execute, meaning anything inside of the directory you could read, you could write, and then you could execute. So regardless if whoever puts the file in, whoever owns the file, or whichever group owns it, you could go ahead and still delete it. Now, if you try to create a file in, let's say, Etsy, and you go touch test file, it would tell you permission denied because you do not have permission to write to this file. How do you check that? You do ls -l/. You could do that, or you could simply go to cd/ and do ls -l. And you'll see here's a list of all the directories that are inside of slash. And the one we were trying to go to is Etsy. If you notice here, Etsy is owned by root, and the group is owned by root as well. Now the root has the permission to write to it. But what about the people who are in root's group? They don't have a permission to write to it. What about everybody else? They don't have a permission to write to it. So that is why you cannot create a file in Etsy. So let's say if you become root again, okay, and now you go to Etsy and you create a file touch test 1 2 3. Just verify it, ls -ltr. You'll see at the bottom is your file. Now another way what you could do is, while we are working on this, you could minimize this window and you could open another window by right clicking and create open terminal. So this way we have a regular account, which is our account, and the root account. So this way we don't have to exit out of the root account. So who we are I've solved which directory we are in /home, and we created the file in Etsy, right, as a root. So let's go to Etsy and let's see ls -ltr, and now we're going to try to remove this file test 1 2 3, and it's going to say remove write protected. It's just a warning. You said yes, and it still says permission denied. Now why it's saying permission denied? Again, you go to cd/ and when you do ls -l, and you will see right here, that's the Etsy directory, and it tells you right here the group 3 bits do not have write permission, and the other 3 bits do not have write permission as well. So that's how you change the user, the file's ownership and group ownership. So the 2 commands that we learned is change ownership, which is CHONW, sorry, OWN, and the second one is change group. So I again really want you to do a man on each command and go over the description, the different option it has. Same thing you do with the second command as well. And also I want you to practice this command by changing the permission only in your home directory. So your home directory is /home/yourself, and you could try changing permission to one of the directory, like create a new file. Don't touch the files that you created, and just say permission test file, create this file, and just practice your change ownership and change group command on this file and see how you could change it. Help commands. Now, what are the help commands that are used in a Linux environment that will give you some of the information or some help about other commands? There are 3 types of help command that are used in most of the Linux distributions. The first one is what is. So whenever you run a command what is followed by the command that you want to inquire about, you will run what is and space then command. This will give you a shorter version of the information about the command that you're looking for. The next one we have is the command, whichever command you want to run, let's say ls space and then -- help. This will give you a little, a bigger, a longer version of the help with more details about that, the options about that command. And the last one is man, which stands for manual. Man space followed by the command name itself. When you run that, you will get a complete full listing of the command descriptions to help about it. So now let's look at our Linux machine and we'll see how these commands work. So we are here in our Linux machine. Let's do the clear and we will find out who we are. Again, who am I? We are ourselves. You type clear. The first command that we learned we're going to run is what is. It's all one word, space, let's say ls. This will tell you the ls is list the directory contents. The next one we'll run is what is cd. That's what tells you the bash built-in command. The cd is a bash built-in command, meaning when you have your Linux system installed, it comes in as pre-built command. And what it does, it changes the working directory from one directory, of course, to another. Well, let's try the same command to what is pwd. Tells you print name of current working directory, return working directory name. So why do we have 2 different answers for one command? Is because we have 2 different sources or 2 different dictionary already installed, or you could say 2 different manual pages installed on our Linux distribution. There could be more, there could be 2, 3, 4, or 5, depending on what type of command it is and what kind of description it has. Let's look at the next command. Let's say ls -- help. See, there you go. It gives you a little longer description of your ls command, and it tells you all the different options that are associated with ls command. So of course right here, that's where it starts and it goes all the way down. It tells you -a option, uppercase option, and so on. We could also run chmod -- help. Now remember, chmod command is the change mod command which change the permission of a file. So when we do help, we're going to see it tells you, gives you quick description starting from here. It tells you that change the mod of each file to that RF file, change the mod of each file to mode, and a few different options. Same thing, you run this command with other different commands, space dot help. It will give you the information about that command. Now, the last one we're going to look at is the man command. Man stands for manual, and then space, let's say ls. When you run this command, there you go. It will give you a very nice descriptive way, a nice formatted way of the user command information. Tells you the name, the synopsis, the description, and each option of the command. You could do space to go on each page. Hit spacebar every time you want to quit out. Just hit Q and you're going to be out of it. Same thing when you do a man command and then pwd, you do enter, and you're going to see the exact same thing. pwd, print name of the current working directory and what other options it has. My favorite command in all those help commands is this man command, because it has exactly the information, the detailed information of each command. Tab completion and up arrow key. In this lesson, we will learn how when we run the tab button on your keyboard, how can it completes your directory or your command that you're trying to run, and how the up arrow key works and how it returns your last ran command. Hitting tab key completes the available commands, files, or directories, such as when you're running change mod. This command, it has OD at the end as well. So if you just type CHM and hit tab, it completes the command for you. The same way when you do ls space J and hit tab, it will list all the files that starts with J. Then you have CD DES. So if you do CD DES and hit tab, it will bring you all the directories that matches the first three letters, uppercase DES. So basically the tab makes the typing a lot easier in Linux, so you don't have to run the whole long commands again and again. You could just simply tab if you know the command and it auto completes it for you. This is very useful feature in Linux. I'm telling you, this is very useful. Once you're going to become a real expert in Linux, you're going to be using this tab button almost every day and every time you logged into Linux machine. Then we have another cool feature of Linux is hitting the up arrow key. What that does is every time you hit up arrow key, it will bring you the last ran command on your Linux terminal. Isn't that cool? It is cool, because you don't have to run the commands again and again and again. So you just hit up arrow key and boom, and hit enter, and we'll run that last command. So let's see how these two tab and up arrow key works in our Linux machine. Let's clear the screen. So the first command I wanted to show you is, let's say if you have CHM mod. So this is the command. So what if I just take out CHOD and just right now hit tab? It completes that command for me. What if I just do CH and hit tab twice? Now it will give you all the commands you see that starts with CH. Now you know there are many other different commands that start with CH, and you could try different commands to see, as long as you know about that command. So don't run any command that you really don't know, or I recommend you run man command on that before you running it. So another way we could check our tab is if you wanted to do ls and I wanted to do J. I wanted to list all the files that has Jerry, and I will hit tab. There you go. See, it auto completes my Jerry. Why I did that? Because most likely I only have J files starting with just one file, which is this is the one, J. Let's say there are two files that starts with, three files actually that starts with L, Lex, Lisa, and Lois. And let's see what happens when I do ls and do L and hit tab twice. It gave me all 3 files that starts with L. So isn't that cool? You don't have to actually go into the directory, do ls-l, look for your file. As long as you remember the first letter and you hit tab, it will give you everything that starts with it. Same way, we'll do ls-l, and let's say if I wanted to do desktop, I wanted to cd into desktop, let's say. There is this folder we have in our home directory, desktop, right? We could do cd desk, desk, desktop, type the whole thing, hit enter and go in. Let's go one step back again. Or we could just do cd desk and hit tab, and it auto completes it for you, and you hit enter. Isn't that cool? It'll save you a lot of time. I love this feature of Linux, and I'm sure you're gonna love it too. Now the second one, what I was talking about, is the up arrow key. So if you hit up arrow key right now on your desktop, you'll see it will return the last command that we ran. If you hit it again, it will keep bringing all the commands that we ran in a sequential order. See, so far we have ran so many commands, and it's bringing everything. So now if you type the lowercase, the down key, it will bring you back to all the commands that you last ran. So now we didn't run any command after cd desktop. If I want to go back again, up arrow key desktop. There you go. So now let's say I wanted to do, this time I wanted to do, let's say, what is ls, and what is pwd, and clear, and one more command we will run, let's say date. Date is another command that we'll cover later on, and since you run it, it will give you the date of your system. So now you ran a few commands, 4 or 5 commands. Now instead of typing all those commands, you could do up arrow key 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and it is bringing all the commands you ran. So guys, this is what it is all about, the up arrow key and tab key. I'm telling you, this is gonna make things so much easier once you're gonna become expert at the end of this course. Alright, I hope you really like this one, and I really want you to practice this tab and up arrow key again and again and again, so you will know how these both features work. Adding text to files or redirects. Here we will learn how can we add a text or digits or letters, or how can you populate an empty file. We created some of the empty files using touch command, and touch is just a way to create an empty file. But now how can we add text to those files, or anything that you would like to add to it? There are 3 simple ways to add text to a file, and the basic main ways to add text to files. The first one is through the VI editor. VI is the editor. It's a command that is used in Linux to create a file and add text messages to it. Then the next one is redirect command output, using the right direct and the 2 right directs to a file. And in this lesson we'll cover these redirects through a command output into a file. And the second way we will learn through echo. When you wanted to echo whatever that you type, you could output to a file. That's how the file gets created, or that's how the file gets populated with information. So let's look at on our Linux machine and run these commands. So here we have our Linux machine. Let's make sure we are in our home directory. Yes, we are in our home directory. Let's clear the screen and let's check what are the different files we have in our home directory. Okay, we have all those different files and directories that we created earlier. Now we wanted to add something to a file, any empty file, because if you see here, these are the few files that we added, and all of them have 0 bytes in it because these are empty files. So when you wanted to do echo and you type, "Hi, my name is Imran," and you hit enter, it brings you back the exact same thing that you typed. So the command echo actually echoes back what you shouted out. So how about if we output this to a file? So I will say, let's say echo Jerry Seinfeld is the main character in the show Seinfeld. So this is the text that I wanted to type. I wanted to add into the file called Jerry. And how are we going to do it? We're going to do it by redirecting the redirect, which is a key right above your the dot. You type that with the shift, and then you specify the name of the file, which is Jerry. Hit enter, you'll get your prompt back. Now, when you do ls-l and you hit enter, you're gonna see Jerry has 58 bytes inside of that file now. All other files are 0 because we didn't put anything in there. Now, that's good. We added something to our first file. This is amazing. Okay, now how do we know what's inside of this file? How do we check it? How do we verify it? We do know that the CD gets into our directory, ls lists all the files, and pwd tells us where we are. But how are we gonna see what's inside of a directory? In Windows, how do you do it? How do you open up a file? Well, you do a double click and it opens up. In Linux, there is no double click. Then how do you do it? There is a command called cat. Cat is a command to read the content of a file. We'll cover the cat command a little more in detail in the next lessons, but for now, that we want to know what's inside of the file, we will use the command cat, followed by the name of the file, which is Jerry. When you hit enter, and there you see you have Jerry Seinfeld is the main character in the show Seinfeld. Now this is what we typed right here in our echo, and we outputted that to a file called Jerry. Now what happened if we do echo and we wanted to type another line in that same file? So let's say Jerry show was created in 1989, and you output to a file Jerry. Now remember why we are using two output arrows here is because if you use one arrow like this, it will overwrite your last file and remove this line that we added into this file. It will remove this line and create a new file with the content of this Jerry show was created in 1989. Now we don't want it to remove it. We want to keep this line, the first line, and we want to add a second line. If you want to add a second line, then you need to use the double redirect signs. When you do that and hit enter, how do you verify what's inside or whether it went inside the file or not? Again, I want you to use up arrow key twice because that's the first up arrow key brings you the last command. The second time you hit up arrow key brings you the command to cat the Jerry file. Hit enter, and there you go. Now you have two lines in your file. When you do ls-l, last time we have 58 bytes, now we have 89 bytes because the file is keep growing. Now this is the simple way to add contents to a file. If we running the same command again, there you go. Jerry Seinfeld is the main character in the show. if we take out that and we just do Jerry Seinfeld is the main character, right? And now we want to use one redirect, and we want to redirect to Jerry. Now remember this, it will wipe out all the contents of the file Jerry. Basically, it will wipe out the entire file Jerry, recreate the file with the new text that I am typing here. Try it. Let's say hit enter. Do cat Jerry, enter, and there you go. Jerry Seinfeld is the main character. It does not have all the typings that we did earlier. It took the latest one, the latest typing, the latest echo we did in the file, and it added into the Jerry file. The same way, I want you to add a few things about anything that you know about these characters. By the way, these characters are actually taken from those hit shows, American hit shows of Seinfeld, Simpsons, and of course the main movie Superman. If you know a little bit about any of these characters, please do write inside of these files with using the echo command, and this will be a very good exercise for you, how you could populate each file with different things that you know about. Again, remember, if you do one single output, that will overwrite the file. If you do double, that will append to the file. Okay, now this is about echo. What if you wanted to do, let's create a new file called touch, and this time we'll call it listing of file. No, listing of directory. Let's say we call this, right? You hit enter, verify the file is created. Yes, listing of dir. It's just the name I picked. You could pick any name. Now, how do I populate that file with whatever I want to type in? Of course, you know that the way you could do it is through echo and whatever you want to type and output to a file. But now I want to show you a second way that you could populate through the output of a command, which is if I do ls-l, hit enter, or ls-ltr, let's say, which brings me the latest one at the bottom. I wanted to have this entire output starting from here to here. I wanted to output this entire result of my ls-ltr into the file I created, listing of directory. So we will do ls-ltr output to listing, hit tab, it auto completes your file, and now you hit enter. You see what just happened? It did not give you the output of ls-ltr on your screen. What it did, instead of giving you on the screen, it is outputting to a file you call listing of directory. Now ls-ltr shows you that the total number of bytes this file has is 1140. Okay, awesome. Now what's inside of this file? You could check by typing the command cat listing or tab and hit enter. You see, guys, it's a same output that you have as you would have it on this one. The only difference that you see, this output gives you a different color because it is actually running the command, whereas this output cat of this listing is just the simple text messages, text inside of a file. You could change it, you could update it, whatever you want to do. If you want to do date and you want to append that date, by the way, the output of date is today's date, and if you want to append that to the file Jerry, hit enter. Now verify it, Jerry. You see it has the first line that we typed through echo command, and then it has the second line that we got it from the date. So these two funny characters, the two outputs appends to your existing file and does not delete your file. So again, these are the two ways that we learned, one through the echo and redirecting, and one through the output of a command and redirecting to a file. And of course, there's another way is a VI that we'll cover later in the lessons, but now, right now, you have to practice these two ways of adding or appending to a file. Standard output to a file using the command T. Now we have learned how to actually populate a file using the redirect commands like the greater than sign. You echo something, you output to a file using the greater than sign. Now there's another way that you could do the same thing with using the command T. What T command does, T command is used to store and view both at the same time the output of any command. So, in other words, the command is named after the T splitter used in plumbing. So you've seen the T splitter, right? So you put in the water from one side, it comes out from the both sides. So this T command works pretty much the same way. So it basically breaks the output of a program so that it can be both displayed on the screen and saved into a file. It does both the task simultaneously, copies the result into a specified files or variable, and also displays the result. So if you look at the picture, you'll see right here we have a command. So whatever the command you run echo, you run ls, pwd, change mod, or whatever the command that you run, right? You put a T in front of it, and then it will not only send the output on the screen, but it will also put it into a specified file, the file that you wanted the output to go to. So that's how the T command works. The reason we want the T command over the greater than sign command, which both do this same thing, is because if you wanted to run a command and you wanted to output to a file, you also wanted to view, while you're running the command, you wanted to view how or what the output looks like, and whatever that goes into the file actually going the right output that you're looking for. Okay, so let me go into my Linux machine, and I have it right here open. Let's clear the screen and type who am I, and you will see the name or the user account that I've been logged in with. Which directory I'm in? I am in my /home/ ifsalt directory. Of course, one more thing you should also check is the host name that you logged in. The host name is the correct host name, which is my first Linux VM. These are the few things, of course, you need to check all the time to make sure that you are logged in to the correct system. Now let's get back to our command T. Now let's say if we wanted to echo something on the screen, let's say we echo David Putty is Elaine's boyfriend. David Putty is just a character in a show Seinfeld, and he was the boyfriend of Elaine Bennis. So it's just a statement that I'm putting in, and when you hit enter, and you will see that same echo on the screen. Now we could use the greater than sign to output to a file. So let's say if I wanted to output to a file Elaine-David. This is the name of the file, right? I could do that. When I hit enter, you'll see it has added this text to a file name Elaine-David. Now what if I verify it by running the command cat Elaine-David, and you'll see the file has the correct text that I wanted to have it in the file. Perfect. Now, if I replace it, the same thing, let's clear the screen.
one more time and run the command one more time, and you will see when you run this command with uppercase, sorry, not uppercase, with redirect sign, it actually runs it, but it doesn't throw anything on the screen. But if you replace this with pipe and T, then you will not only see the output going into Elaine-David file, the output will also show up on the screen. So hit enter and you'll see David Putty is Elaine's boyfriend. So it is going both ways. As I said, that T is like a plumber's T that goes both ways. So when you do cat Elaine David Putty is Elaine's boyfriend. So now don't be confused that, hey, we ran that command earlier and it has that same text message that we ran it with a greater than sign. If that's what it's in your mind, that's fine. Let's go ahead and remove Elaine David file. So it doesn't exist. Yes, so clear the screen. Now run the same command by hitting up arrow key. Alright, echo David Putty's Elaine's boyfriend. So NT Elaine-David. This is the file. Hit enter. Okay, now do cat Elaine-David, and you'll see the file is there. Perfect. Now, what if you wanted to add or append to the same file? Because if you type, let's say, echo David and Elaine into the same file and hit enter, and you'll do cat Elaine David, you'll see it removed the older file and created a new file with a newer output. So you want to append it to a file that the older text message does not get deleted. For that, you would have to use a command, same command but with -a. So hit up arrow key and go back to the same command that we ran earlier, and this time type T-A. Same thing, echo David Putty is Elaine's boyfriend. This is just a text. Pipe it and T it, and with the option -a and the file name, same file. And now go ahead and hit enter. Now go ahead and do a cat on Elaine David file, and you will see it has two lines. First line is that we created without -a option, and second line we created with -a option. So that's how you append or add or create a new file. Now let's try to see how many characters do we have in Elaine and David file. So the command is wc -c, and you will see it has 52 Elaine David characters. We could also output that whatever that came on the screen to another file. So I use this command, which can be discussed, or which I will cover later on, of course. This command actually count every word in the file called Elaine-David, and it will output on the screen. You could actually redirect that output using the T command to another file as well. Now, let's say if you want to do ls-l and you see that listing, entire listing of your directory. So let's say if you wanted to have all that with the T, meaning I wanted to view it and at the same time I want to put it to a file. So I'll put it as, I'll name it list dir and hit enter, and you will see the entire listing from here till bottom, and you'll also see your file list dir. If you do cat list dir and hit enter, and you'll see the same listing. So let's clear the screen and now hit up arrow key to cat list dir file again, and you will see that ls-l output. So basically it's outputting on the screen and it is outputting to a file. If you wanted to do the same thing, let's say echo -l, and you could also output to multiple files, meaning ls-l t
to, let's say, file 1, file 2, file 3, and hit enter, you see it actually ran, and it has all the listing of all 3 files as well. And when I do cat file 1, it has the same content. Cat file 2, it has the same content, and so on. The cat file 3, same ls-l output. So this is how the T command works. If you wanted to get more help or more options on the T command, you simply type T -- help, and you'll see it will tell you exactly the options that is being offered by the help command. See, -a is to append, -i is to ignore, and version and help. So if you type T -- version to see the version of this command, you will also see that this command version is 8.22, and it tells you this is a free software. You are free to change and redistribute it. There is no warranty to extend the permitted by law, and so on. Written by Mike Parker, Richard M. Stallman, and David Mackenzie. So these are the people who actually built this command. Again, since Linux is an open source, you could even create your own command, write your own code, and introduce it to the Linux world. So that's how the T command works. I hope you understand. If you have any questions, you could just shoot me an email, and try it out. Try it with different options, couple of options, and I'm sure it will work just fine. Pipes. A pipe is used by the shell to connect the output of one command directly to the input of another command. The symbol for a pipe is the vertical bar. The command syntax is command, or the option, or the argument, and then you pipe it to another command with its option or argument if there is any. Basically, if you want to connect 2 commands together, or if you want to take the output of the first command and pipe it to a different output, then you could use a pipe. In a Mac keyboard, a pipe is somewhere the key all the way to the right that looks like that. And in a regular keyboard, you'll see the pipe option is right below the backspace, and you could do, I think, with the shift and pipe. So the way it works is you have a command. It goes into a pipe, and it comes out the output. So let's say if you have ls-l, that's a command you run. You pipe that, the exact same pipe character that you use, and you put another command to it to refine the output of your last command. So let's look at the example in our Linux machine. If we are in /etc directory, by the way, where we are in our home directory. So if we go into cd/etc, now this directory has a bunch of files and directories which you cannot view all in one page. It will display all at once, but everything will scroll up so fast that you wouldn't even able to view one by one. So when you do ls-ltr, you hit enter, you see it went up so fast. What you could do, you could scroll up. So of course, when you do scroll down slow by slow, you're going to see all those files, commands, and directories that are inside of etc. Now you want to view all of them one page at a time. So how do you do that? The way you do it, you put it in a pipe. So you do ls-ltr, you pipe it, and then there's a new command that I want you to learn, which is called more. More is the command which gives you the output of a file one page at a time. So when you do ls-ltr, pipe it and more it, hit enter, go. Now you will see one page at a time of all the contents of etc directory, and at the bottom it does tell you that it's more. You hit spacebar to go down to the second page, spacebar again. Wherever you are, you could quit out of it by hitting Q, and you'll get your prompt back. Again, let's do up arrow key, hit enter, spacebar to go all the way down. You could keep hitting the spacebar and get your prompt back. So that's how you put in a pipe. You could also do a pipe to have the output of a command and change its output to a different way. Let's say if you wanted to do ls. By the way, there's another command which is a simpler command if you wanted to learn is ll, which also give you the result as if you are doing ls minus l. So you do ll and you learn the command more, which will give you one page at a time. What if you wanted to get the last line of your output? Then you run ls minus l, pipe it, and to get the last line you will have to do tail -1. It gives you the last line of your output. Now tail is another command which is also a cool command which will give you the last line or lines of an output, which we'll cover later on. So this is what the pipe is. I want you to try with different commands, learn about pipe. I'm not sure if there is a man page for pipe because it's a character, but let's see. Yeah, there is none. But if you wanted to know more about pipe, I have some documentation. You could get it, or you could, of course, look it up online to find out more about pipes. The pipe is very important for our lessons that we will be covering later on, because this is how we're going to combine our commands. File maintenance commands. In this lesson, we will cover a few of the commands that are used to maintain or keep or change your files. Some of the commands are listed here. The first one is the copy command, cp, which copies one file to another. The second one is to remove a file, which is rm. The third one is move. This command is used to move the location of a file from one location to another, or to rename a file. So it does two things, or it serves two purposes. Then we have mkdir, which is to make directory, and then rmdir to remove a directory, or there's another way to remove a directory by typing rm space -r or -r. Then we have change group, which is the ownership of a file at the group level. And then we have change ownership, which is the ownership of the file at the user level. Some of the commands we have already covered, and some of the commands we will be covering in this lesson. So let's go to our Linux machine and go over these commands one by one. And let's log into our machine. We already have the last screen open. Let's clear this out. Where are we? We are in Etsy. When you type cd and hit enter and then pwd, now you are back in your home directory. Clear the page, so this way you'll start fresh. Now the first command that we will be learning is cp. Again, cp is a copy command. You can find out by hitting man and cp. This will tell you cp copy files and directories. So the way you could do it in Windows is you right click on a file and you get the option of copy, and then you go to another file, another directory, or another location, and then right click and do the paste. In Linux, this is how it works. Let's look at our listing. We have all these files. So now we will copy the file called George, and we will name it to a different name. Let's say another character of a show, David. And you hit enter. So this will tell you that cp space source, which is the George, and the destination, which is the David. Here you hit enter. And then you do ls minus ltr. The tr option will give you the newest file created at the bottom. You hit enter. So the David file is created. If you also notice, the George file is still there, and it created a file, copied the file George and renamed it David. We could also add something to the file, is let's say echo David Putty is Elaine's boyfriend, and then we'll output to David and hit enter. And how do you verify it? You do cat David. You will see the contents in there. That's what you do the copy for. You could also do is you copy David, and then you can copy it not at this location where you are. You could copy it some other location. Let's say we wanted to copy it into temp location. So it is going to copy it. It's not going to remove that file. It will copy it to the temp directory. You hit enter. Do ls-ltr. You'll see it has the David copy, the original copy here. Now we will go to /temp, and then we will do ls-ltr at the bottom to see the file is there. See the same file that we copied, but it's in a different location, and it is owned by me, owned by the same group as myself, and it has the same number of bytes. You could do cat and David to see what's inside of the file. So which directory you are in? We are in temp directory. If you want to go back to our home directory, just simply type cd, hit enter, pwd, and you are back in your home directory, ls-ltr. And that's what you have here, all the files. That's about the copy. You could practice that copy command by copying different files or different names, whichever names that you like. The next command we're going to learn is remove. Let's create another file, touch, and we will create a new file in Homer, Bart, Marge, Lisa, and we call another file Apu. Apu is another character of Simpsons family, so we'll create this file called Apu, and we do ls-ltr, and you'll see it created the file Apu. If we wanted to append that file or add something to that file, what do? We do echo Apu is an Indian character in the show, right? So I'll put that to where? Apu. How do you verify it? Apu. Apu is an Indian character. That's how you do it. Now you want to remove this file now. After certain times you don't need it. So what you do rmapo. Simply is that. Hit enter and it's gone. Let's try it. Let's make sure it's gone or not. Yes, see, there is no such file Apu in our directory because we removed it. We could also remove a directory, but we'll cover that when its turn's gonna come. The next command we have to learn is move. Now move command actually moves the file from one location to another and also renames the file. How does it work? Let's call Lax. In Superman there's this character, of course it's a villain character, Lax. So let's see, we have the Lax. Yes, we have there. We wanted to rename that to Luther. So Lax's last name was Luther. So let's try. We wanted to change it to Luther. So how do we do it? We do move Lax. And this is, of course, the source. And what's the destination name we want to give it to? Luthor. Luhter. This is going to rename this file within the same directory. Hit enter. ls-ltr. And here you see Luthor. So this is how you rename it. If you want to rename any other file, you could do that, or you wanted to create a different file, you could do that. Let's say we have this file called David, and we wanted to change it to the last name, of course, which is move David to Putty. So that's his last name. So we are moving David to the name Putty. So ls-ltr. So it changed the name from David to Putty, but it kept the content of that file, which was, if you do cat, you'll see David Putty is Elaine's boyfriend. So it just changed the name, it didn't change the content. Next one, by the way, also to change the location is if you wanted to move Putty from this location to a different location, let's say to temp, it will move that file to a different location, temp. Now let's see, do we still have that file? No, we don't. Where did it go? We moved it to temp. So how do we know it moved to temp? You'd cd into temp, ls-ltr. See, this is the putty file that you created. Now just move this back to move putty back to our home directory. And what is our home directory? You guys should know that. Home, your username, and hit enter. It should bring you back to your home directory. When you do cd, hit enter, it will bring you back to your home directory. Do ls-ltr, and your putty file is back. Next one is make directory. It's simply, we will make mkdir, Game of Thrones, one of the biggest show. How's that? We created this. This is how the new directory is created. Make dir. Now let's try command, which is remove directory. So remove directory. If you want to delete one of these directories from your home directory, let's say I wanted to remove Game of Thrones directory, you just simply type rmdir and Game of Thrones, and it is gone. This is one way to remove it. Another way to remove it, in order for us to remove it, let's recreate it again. Hit up arrow key and you will get back to the same command, make dir, Game of Thrones. The directory is created. Another way to remove it is rm-r, Game of Thrones, and it is gone. Alright, next command we have change group. Changing group is changing the ownership of the file, changing the ownership of a group of a file, and the last command is changing the ownership of a file. So if I wanted to change the ownership of file putty, and I wanted to change it to group called root, so we will do change grp root putty. It says operation not permitted. Why? Because who we are ourselves, and who can make these changes. If I wanted to assign something to root, I have to be root. So let's become root. Once you are root, let's go back to our home directory. And now we'll do change grp root and putty, and this time it worked because we have all permissions in the world we could think of. Now next command, change ownership to root of putty. This will change the ownership of the file name putty to root as well. Now if you wanted to do both commands at once, so change owner, you could do ifzol ifzol putty. So what this command will do, it will change the ownership as well as group ownership of the file name putty. Hit enter, ls-ltr, and there you go, you got your file back with the original permissions or original ownership permission. So these are the file maintenance command. Once again, the recap: cp rm move mkdir, remove dir, change group, change ownership. File display commands. This lesson covers about all the commands that are used to display the content of a file. You could view the file by doing ls-ltr, how can you view inside of the file? The first command that we'll cover is the cat, which views the entire content of a file regardless whether it's one page or two page. More command or less command, both are the same, but more views the content of a file one page at a time, whereas less command views the content of a page in reverse order, but it also allows you to view one line at a time. Then you have head if you want to know a few lines at the top of a file. Let's say if a file has a million lines and you just wanted to view the first 10 lines, you could use head command followed by the number of lines that you want to view. The same way the tail works. Instead of at the top of the file, it actually gets you the lines at the bottom of the file. Again, if a file has a million lines and you put tail minus 10, it will give you the last 10 lines of a file. Let's look at our Linux machine and see how we could use these commands. Okay, so let's clear this page out. Okay, the first thing I want you to do is copy the file called var log messages and copy it in your home directory. You could do /home, your home directory, which would work, or you could also do copy the name or the location of the entire file and followed by space and dot. Dot means at this location where I am. You hit enter and now you do ls minus ltr. You hit enter and you'll see at the bottom right here it shows that you have this file which is 129338 bytes long. By the way, you could copy this file only if you are root. So when you do who am I, you are root, and you remember how you will become root. Let's say if you exit out of it and you do who am I, you are yourself, and now you're gonna copy var log messages to your current location. It's not gonna allow you, so you have to be root. So to become root, su space dash, put in the password, and now you are in root. So go to your home directory, the user's home directory, which is your home directory, and then you'll see here this has this messages file that you copied from var log. And the reason you were not able to copy it because you see here only root, which is the user, the owner of the file, who is root, is allowed to read and write to this file. The rest of people, which is group, has no right for anything, and so on. The others have no right on read write to do anything. Let's go back to our commands that we will cover. If I wanted to view the contents of this file called messages, the command to use is cat messages. Simple as that. You hit enter. See, it has all those contents, messages. Basically, this messages file has all your logging information of your system. Anything that is going on with your system, any services that are running, any error messages, warning messages coming in, the health of your computer, everything is stored in this file. We copied this file in our home directory just to cover the file display command lesson. So do a clear and then do cat and messages again, and you'll see it has a bunch of lines, text lines in it, and we could view through cat, but then we have to scroll up. So another way so we don't have to scroll up, how do? You do more messages. You hit enter, and there you'll see you will get one page at a time of that file messages. Here you'll see it says 1% at the bottom. You hit space bar to keep going down, you're going one page at a time, and while you're going, it also telling you the percentage of the file you have read. You keep going down, and if you want to get your prompt back, what do? You simply type Q. So that's how you use the more command. Now let's use the less command. Less command space messages. Hit enter. It does the same thing. You hit the space bar, one page at a time. Also, it will give you one line at a time to view it. When you hit J in your keyboard, it will come one line at a time. Or you hit K, which is go back up. You could also do up arrow key or down arrow key, whichever that you prefer. J or K, up arrow key or down arrow key, whichever you prefer. So that's what less allows you to do. Next one we have head. If you do more and messages, you'll see the first page of your file messages. What if you wanted to see only the first two lines? You don't care what's inside the file after the first two lines. Then what do? You do head -2 space the name of the file messages, and you will see the first two lines of the file. Then you'll do tail -2 messages. This will give you the last two lines of the file, which is the last two is March 7th 3:10. You could do cat again to messages, and it will bring you down to the last page, and you could verify yes, these were the last ones. So to wrap up, we covered cat command, which lists the contents of your file regardless how many pages it has. It just displays everything in one shot. More gives you one page at a time, less gives you one page at a time in reverse order, but also lets you view one line at a time. Head gives you the first lines depending on what you define, and tail gives you the last lines depending what you have defined. Now exit out of root account, find out which directory you are in, and do ls-ltr, and you will see there is a file called Jerry in there. Let's do cat and Jerry, and you will see two lines in Jerry file. The first line says Jerry Seinfeld is the main character, and the second line shows us the date and time of file. Not the file, but an output or a text message, whatever that is. If I just wanted to view the first line of the file, I don't care the second line, what I would do is head -1 Jerry, and it will give me the first line of the file. What if I wanted to view the last line? I don't care the first one that says Jerry Seinfeld is the main character. I just wanted to know this line. I will do tail -1 Jerry, and it will give me the last line. So this is how head and tail work. Filters, text processor commands. In this lesson, we will learn all the commands, fun commands I would say, that are used mostly in Linux. These commands are very powerful command, and it gives a huge advantage of Linux over other operating system. Some of those commands are cut, awk, grep, sort, unique, and word count. Here are the 6 basic and very powerful commands that we will learn. I will log into the Linux machine now. Now this time I will log into the Linux machine through PuTTY client. When you open up your PuTTY client, you put in your username and IP address of the machine that you're trying to connect to, and you'll put in it will ask you for the password, and you'll log in. Now let's see who we are, where we are, what's inside of our directory. I want to change my directory to the directory called Seinfeld. In this directory, I created a file, Seinfeld characters. This is the file I created earlier just for the purpose of this lesson. To view this file, you have to use the command cat, and I'm sure you remember this because we covered that in a few lessons back. So when you do cat Seinfeld, you're going to see the contents of this file, Seinfeld-characters. Now here's the list of all the mostly characters that were inside in the Seinfeld show. I don't want you to focus on the characters itself in Seinfeld. I just want you to focus on the text that it is inside of the file called Seinfeld-characters. To show you how the cut command works, let's first do cat Seinfeld, which we did. And what if we wanted to get the first letter from each line? To get that output, we have to use the cut command. So you would run command cut -c, and you want the first letter, so you put 1, followed by which file that you want to cut it from the file Seinfeld-characters. You hit enter, you'll see it gives you the output with only the first letter. What if you wanted to get this first two letters? Are you going to use C instead of C1 to C2? No, because if you type C2, it will give you the second character from your output. What if you wanted to get the first two characters? Then you would have to specify the range 1 through 2. Then it will give you the first two characters from the output. Now this is the primarily used for the cut command if you want to cut the text, and it's not really the cut and paste as you could think of, like in Windows you cut a file and paste a file. It's not even a cut. When you are in Windows, you are cutting a few lines or a few words and pasting it somewhere. It's not that. It's only to cut the characters out of it, and then of course you can move it to a different file, like by outputting it to first two characters. Just put C. So when you notice and you do ls-ltr, you'll see when you do cat, it created the file with first two characters in the file because you used a cut. Now let's move on to the command awk. Again, let's do cat Seinfeld. Awk separates each column in a file. So in my file Seinfeld-characters, you notice we have two columns. One is the first name, second is the last name. What if I just wanted the first column or the first name? I will run a command awk single quote curly braces print $1 curly braces close single quote close and the name of the file. This is gonna give me the first column of the file. You could also run the same command by typing cat Seinfeld, and then you use pipe and do awk print $1 and close. This gives you the exact same thing. And basically pipe actually takes the output of this file, puts it in a pipe, and it shows whatever the way you want to show. What if you wanted to view the second column, which is the last name? You put simply 2, and there you go, you have a last name there. What if you wanted to see the third column? Nothing. Why? Of course there is no third column. Okay, let's move on to the third command, which is a grep. Grep is actually like a search, as if you are in Windows, you're searching it. When you do Control F, you're searching it. That's exactly what grep does. So if I wanted to grep the name Seinfeld inside the file Seinfeld-characters, I didn't get anything. Why? Let's look why I didn't get anything. Because the Seinfeld last name has uppercase S in it. So that's why we didn't get anything. So let's put uppercase, and there you go. You will see it's only grepping the Seinfeld. What if I wanted to grep only Costanza, and it only gives you the list of all the lines that matches Costanza. Let's see if I wanted to do Kramer. Again, we didn't get anything because Kramer has a K uppercase. And there you go, we got two lines that matches our criteria. So that's how grep works. Their grep is very powerful. You could combine many different output to a grep. There is also egrep. So I want you to actually learn more about grep by typing man and grep and try different options. Also, you could use feel free to use Google and see what are the examples you could find on the grep. The next command that we'll learn is the sort command. As it sounds, or as it's named, sort sorts the file. If you do cat Seinfeld, you'll see it's not sorted in alphabetical order, meaning like Jerry, J starts with J, whereas A right here, Elton, should be on top. So how do we sort it? You could simply type sort and Seinfeld, and then you'll see it is sorting with alphabetical order. So that's what pretty much sort command is used for. You could also use sort in reverse order if you want the U or Z at the bottom. Let's say right now when you ran sort Seinfeld character, you see right here Uncle Leo is at the bottom because it starts with U. What if you wanted to have in reverse order? So you just simply put in the option -R and you will see Uncle Leo now it's on the top. Now let's look at this next command, which is unique. Unique removes all the duplicates from a file. So let's do cat Seinfeld. And you'll notice this unique it's not going to work because every line is different from the other line. So what we could do is we could get only the second column. So this way, the second column is going to list only the last name. So if you see on the last names, now we have Seinfeld, 2 duplicates, actually 3 duplicates, and 3 Costanza, and so on. We just wanted to have one family member out of every family. So this way, we could use a unique. So you hit up arrow key again, and you type sort here, because remember, always use sort before unique. I will tell you why in a little bit. So you do sort, it will sort out from alphabetical order, and then you type unique. And there you go, you'll see everything, all the duplicates are removed. Now what if you had not used sort and just use unique? You'll notice that it has Seinfeld here and Seinfeld here too. It gave you the 2 Seinfeld. Why? Because it has to be sorted first before the unique to work. So that's why we used sort and unique. Let's clear the screen out. Next command that we're going to learn is word count. Word count counts the word inside of your file. So you could simply run WC, the name of your file, and you'll see it tells you it has 17 lines, 34 words, and 236 letters or characters inside of the file called Seinfeld-characters. This command is very powerful and very useful when we want to count the number of lines in real enterprise environment. Sometimes we have millions of lines in a file, so it's good to use this command. We could also do cat Seinfeld and WC if you only wanted to know the number of lines in a file. So you just do pipe it and WC -L, which is for lines, and it'll tell you 17, same as we had it before. So this is what the WC is used for, and these are all the commands used for. I wanted to compare real quick all these commands to our Windows environment. So in Windows, I have this file that I put it copied everything, all the contents of the file here, and I wanted to use the cut, meaning what if I wanted to get only the first letter from this file? Is it possible? I don't think so it's possible, or if it is, then you might have to do a lot of different things to get it to work. Next one, you want to only get the second column or the first column from this text file in Windows. It's going to be so hard. You probably have to do text to columns, or I don't know if that works in Word. Next one is grep. Grep one works most of the time. and it's by the control F or through the search command, but it will give you the grep one at a time. It's not gonna take out the output and put it in a different file, where in Linux you could do that. Sort, you could get that sort done in Windows. Unique, I think you could also get the unique done, but I really don't know how that works. And the last one is word count. Very hard to do the word count in Windows. So there are so many different filters, these commands that you could use in Linux, and these are so powerful over Windows environment. So that's what about it. Please, I highly recommend you to please do man command on every command that we learned in this lesson, and use different options just for practice. So this way you know some of the options that are used with these commands. We're going to compare two files. How that is done. There are two very basic commands that are used in Linux. The first one is the diff, which is going to compare two files line by line, and the second one is CMP, compare, and it does byte by byte. We're going to look at these two commands by logging into our system. We'll use a putty session, and if you remember the putty session, we would need the IP address of our machine. If you don't remember the IP address, you could go back into your console, you log in, and you do if config, pipe it more because we don't want to see the information going too fast, so I'm piping it to more, and you'll see the IP addresses right here. You could put that IP address in your putty and you will be able to connect to it. So let's minimize this and let's see who we are. Who am I? Which directory I'm in? I'm in home. Do what's inside my directory. I want to go into the directory Superman and see what's inside. In Superman, I have I want to remove this file I created earlier, so this way it will be easier for you to understand when I recreate it. So I'll remove it. So okay, so I am in this directory home. I have sold Superman, and I want you to create a file called Superman characters. So let's do echo, and the first character Clark Kent, and put it into Superman characters. Verify it's there. Yes, it's there. And then echo lowest lane, double Superman characters, echo, and General Zod, Superman characters. Let's do cat, and you'll see it has three lines: Clark, Lois Lane, and General Zod. I want you to create another file, call it Superman characters 2. So up arrow key, go back to your first file, and this time I want you to do same thing, and do character 2. Hit enter. Then you'll do the same thing, General Zod, but 2. No, it was Lois Lane. Yes, so Lois Lane character 2, and the last one is General Zod, but this time I don't want you to do General Zod. I want you to do General Peter, and enter. Let's check the Superman 2. Okay, you see the Superman 2 has General Peter, and the Superman dash characters has General Zod. Now let's do comparison. If you want to compare two files, we'll do the first one. We'll do diff and Superman characters with Superman characters 2. It's going to tell you the first file right here has the General Zod on it, and the second one has General Peter. Now what if I want to compare it? Superman 2, again you could do just tab and it'll autocomplete, and it'll tell you the last three lines, the 330 bytes, that's the byte difference. So that's what the two commands that we use in Linux to compare two files. There is not an easy way to compare two files in Windows. So that's why, again, this gives us a huge advantage to do
file tax manipulation in Linux. Again, I want you to do man command on both commands and camp and just learn different options that are available. Next lesson, we have compressing and uncompressing files. There are a few different commands that we use to compress and uncompress files. But first of all, there is a command that is used commonly in Linux, and that command is called tar. What does tar do? Well, tar takes a bunch of files together and put it in one container or one file, you could say. It's just like in Windows, you have a bunch of files and you zip them together. So most likely the tar files does not compress as much as the actual gzip command. The gzip is the command is actually compresses a file, and then there is a command gzip -d or gunzip. These two commands are used to uncompress a file. So let's get to a question, our favorite question. Why do we need these commands anyway? It's a very good question, of course. To answer this question this way is, what happens if your system crashes? Okay, you try to resolve the issue, but you cannot. You tried everything, but you cannot find the issue. You cannot get to the point where you know, aha, that's the problem. So what do? Are you going to sit there and just, try your endless hour to resolve it? No, what you're going to do is you're going to call the support. You're going to call Red Hat or the operating system support. If you're running CentOS, then most likely you are out of luck because most of the CentOS has no support. So I hope you're running Red Hat in your corporate environment. When you are running Red Hat, you will get a support. So you pick up the phone, you call them. Then what happens? They will tell you to send the files or logs to their websites. And sometimes there are so many logs, so many files that they ask you have to put them together into one file or one container. When you put them all of them in one container, that is when you're doing tar. Or in Linux language, you could say tarring. You put everything together. All right, so everything is together now. Now, if the file size is huge, it will take so long to transfer. So what do? We actually compress it. Once we compress it, the file size becomes a lot less than its actual size. So we'll try all these commands in our Linux environment one by one, and this way you will understand how these commands work. All right, I am in my home directory, and someone has asked me that send me all your contents of your home directory. So in my home directory, I have directories and files and maybe links and directories, subdirectories, and within subdirectories, there are more directories. So how do you put everything in one? Is we use a command tar. And the option that I use is CVF. You could look it up, CVF option, by running man, but I've been using these three option letters for a long time, and I know it will compress it a little and put everything into a file. Then I would have to specify the name of the file that everything will come into. So I'll just put myself, because this is my home directory. I'll just put IFZOL. I'll just put tar at the end. Why? Because this will identify that this is a tar file. And what am I tarring? I'm tarring this entire directory. So I could do home IFZOL. This will tar everything in that, or I could simply do the relative path, which is dot. Dot means tar everything, or put everything that you see right now into a file called ifzol.tar. When I run it, you see all that messages come up on the screen. Some of the messages that you'll see, tar file is archived, not dumped. Forget that, don't worry about it, because it's trying to tar itself. That's why you are getting that message. But anyway, when you get all that message, when you run ls minus ltr, and you will see right here IDFC tar. Perfect. Yes, so now everything, all the contents, desktop, templates, public, all these files and directories I have are all put into this file. How am I going to untar it? Well, I don't want to untar it in the same directory where all the files already exist. So what I will do, I will create a directory, mkdir, and I'll call it blah, 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 whatever. Okay, the directory is created. Now I'm gonna move this ifzol.tar file into blah directory. Is it moved? Yes, it is moved. So I don't see it. I will go into blah directory now. I'm in blah directory. Just make sure to run pwd. Yes, home ifzol blah. Perfect. Is the file there? Yes, it is there. Now, how do I untar it? Meaning taking out all the contents from this file and putting in this blah directory. There's a command tar, same thing, but this time I will run xvf to extract everything. And this is the name of the file. I'll run it, hit enter. It will come through all these untarring files. And now when I do, remember I am in home ifzol blah, and now when I do ls minus ltr, what should I see? Well, I should see the exact same contents I have in my home ifzol. I should see the same contents here. Let's confirm. Bingo. Yes, I do see everything, right? Perfect. So I don't want all those contents in there. I'll go one step back and I'll do ls minus ltr again here, and you'll see I have the same thing here. Why do I need to keep 2 copies? But of course, it's just a matter of explaining you. So let's go back into blah. And this time you'll see I have this file ifzol.tar, which has everything. Now the size of it is 272.58880 bytes. It's huge. I want to compress it. So let's compress it with gzip. Gzip ifzol.tar. Simple as that. Hit enter. You see it took a little longer, but it did compress it. Just look at the size right here. Remember the size, 272.58880. Now let's do ls minus ltr. You see the file size went down, 801.8298. It means it has how many digits? 2, 4, 6, 7. This one has 2, 4, 6, and 8. So of course this one was, the size was a lot huger than this one. So it means it is compressed. Then the next command we have is gzip minus d or gunzip. What this does is basically uncompress it. So to do uncompress, you do gzip minus d, or again gunzip, which is right here, gzip or gunzip. I'll just use gzip, and ifzol.tar.gz. Hit enter. Now the file size should come back to the same one we have right here. This is the original file size, remember? And yes, we did get original file size. So we have tar file, we gzipped it, we compressed it, we uncompressed it. We'll go back to our home directory, and we do have this blah directory, and we'll simply get rid of this blah directory, which is remove minus r for removing directory, or rmdir to remove it, blah. Directory is not empty, so what we'll do minus f to force it. I think my rmdir minus f does not work here, so I'll do rm minus rf. This definitely work here. Yes, it does. It's gone. Directory is gone. So this is how the tar is explained in simple words. I want you to try the tar file to tar your own home directory, gzipping it, and then unzipping it, or you could even simply take any file that you like and gzip it and see if its file size reduces. And again, the purpose of these commands is if you have to transfer files from one computer to another, or to send it to someone, the file size are huge and the transfer will take a lot longer, and that is why we put them together into tar and compress it, so it'll become a smaller and smaller, and the transfer becomes easier.
Let's look at truncating file size using the command truncate. Now, the Linux truncate command is often used to shrink or extend the size of a file to a specified size. Now remember one thing, truncate is not the same command as if you wanted to compress a file or gzip a file, which will reduce or shrink the size of a file. Truncate, on the other hand, will actually chop the file into the specified size. So if your file size is, let's say, 100 bytes, and you use the command truncate and shrink it down to 50, then it will actually chop the file, and you will lose the data or the content of a file. Whenever if you do cat to the file, you will see half of your data is gone if you are chopping using the command truncate. So the command that you will need to use to run it is truncate minus s as for size, which is the option. 10 is the actual integer to the specified file, whichever file that you want to truncate to. So this is the size option, is everything is there. So now let's go into our Linux machine and we will try our command, the truncate command over there. Okay, so we are in our Linux machine. To practice our truncate command, or to go over it, I will create a file called, by the way, I am in my home directory and I am logged in as myself, and my host name is my Linux machine, of course. Okay, and now I want you to create a file called touch and call it Seinfeld words. The file is created. You could verify it by doing ls-l and the name of the file and hit enter. You will see the file is there. It has 0 bytes and is owned by me and the permission and all that stuff. Now do echo and type the famous characters of the famous words that you could think of that of Seinfeld. But if you don't know, then just follow my lead and just keep typing. Like the first word is puffy shirt. Second word is giddy up. Third word is yada yada. Kavorka. Serenity now. And last one, let's say Festivus. And put that to our Seinfeld file. So let's make it a little bigger so you'll see all in one line. So I'm actually echoing out these words and I am putting it to the file name, the file that we just created. Hit enter. Now go ahead and do cat on Seinfeld words and you will see all of these words inside of that file. Now do ls-l and do Seinfeld and you will see the size of the file is now 57. Now if you wanted to shrink that file using the command truncate, then you would have to use command truncate minus s as an option, space, the size that you want to specify, that you want to shrink it to. So right now it's 57. Now let's make it 40. And the name of the files. And hit enter. Now do ls-l to Seinfeld again and you will see the size has been reduced to 40 bytes. Now let's see the contents of the file now. Seinfeld words. Okay, you see the content right now. When I did cat, it says puffy shirt, giddy up, yada yada, kavorka, and SERE up to here. That's it. it did not complete the entire word Serenity Now. See right here, as I have right here, Serenity Now, and then it actually removed Festivus as well. So it actually, so when I do cat again, Seinfeld, you see right here, it actually removed the last few letters. Why? Because it has to chop it down. That's why we would use the truncate command if I wanted to chop the file. Now remember, truncate command is not used to actually compress or make it size, make it smaller while keeping the same content. So be very careful. Anyway, so this is the lesson where I wanted to cover the truncate command. You could use this, or you could also use the truncate to extend or make the file bigger. So if I do truncate, so hit up arrow key and I put it back to, let's say, 60 and hit enter, and now do ls minus l Seinfeld. You see the size is 60. Now does it mean that we're gonna get our whole word Serenity Now and Festivus back in that file? No. Let's check, let's verify, do cat Seinfeld's words, and you see it's not there. It's still giving me only the size that has all those words, because it does not have the information whatever that we lost while we did the truncate to shrink it. So it did extend it, but now where is that extension thing that's been added? Where did it go? Well, it's just the empty letters that it actually, the truncate has added to this file. It is the at letter signs to make it bigger. Right now we do not know how to use VI editor, so by the time we'll use the VI editor, you will know how to VI. But for now, just to show you, we could do VI Seinfeld and hit enter, and you will see right here all these at signs. These all at signs were added because when we extended the file, so operating system said, now you're extending, I have to put it something in there, right? But I don't know what it had before, but I'm gonna add something so make it bigger. So that's why you see it. Anyway, so if you are using VI right now and you want to get out, hit escape, shift colon Q bang, which is right above number 1, and hit enter, and you will get out of VI. So anyway, don't get into VI right now. If you're not familiar with it, we'll cover it later on. So anyway, I wanted to cover this truncate. I hope you understand how truncate works now. Try it out with different files, different contents in a file, and see if you get familiar with it.
Next topic we have is combining and splitting files. You could combine multiple files into one, and you could combine you could split one file into multiple files. Like just an example right here, when you cat it 4 or 3 files, you could output of all those files into a 4th file, which is, you call it file 4. So what will happen is whatever is inside, whatever the contents of those files 1, 2, 3, they will be combined and they will be pushed out toward file 4. So that's how you combine it. So how do you split it, and why do we need to split it? Okay, well, there are certain times when you do have big, huge files, and you do need to either compress it. If the compressing is not an option, then what you could do is you could split it, meaning you chop that file into different files. And the reason you do that is because sometimes you have to send files across one computer to another, or to a third-party vendor, or if it's a log file that they have to check, and it's huge. So the only way to do, and your only friend is out there, is the split. So you split it, chop it, whichever the number of files that you want to do, and boom, you will have it. So let's look at this file that we have, and we will create some files. And in this example, you see I have a file, and I'm splitting the file in 300 lines per file and putting it into a file called child file. Let's look at our Linux machine, and I will explain it to you much better while we are doing it through the command line. Okay, this is our Linux terminal. which you guys are very familiar with. Okay, we are in our home directory. Just confirm that so we don't have to put all the practice files or the stuffs that are not belong to other directories. So we know we are in the right directory. Now I want you to create a file. Let's call it countries, or continents, or let's call it countries. That's fine. The file is created and I am using VI. So the first line I'm going to create is England. This is just a country. Second one is USA. Third one is Canada, and so on. But if you don't know how to use VI at this point, you will be learning VI later on, but if you don't know how to use VI at this point, so what you could do is echo. Let's remove the countries file, then do echo, put USA into countries, cat it, and you will see, yes, it's there. Next one, you put an echo UK, and you output with 2 redirects to countries. Make sure it's there. Yes, we have 2 countries. We will keep doing that until we have some text in it. So UK, UAE, and Canada, and France, and Switzerland, and we'll stop here, Japan. So just do that. Confirm that you have all those contents in there. So right now, how many lines do we have? We have 7. So I'm gonna split them into split, and just check the option is -L. I'm gonna split 2 lines each of countries, and I'm gonna put them in a file called separate, just sep, and I'm gonna hit enter. Now let's see what we have. So you see, automatically Linux knows that once I'm gonna create file sep, of course I requested to create 2 in each file, it has automatically appended with names like A, B, AC, AD. So let's look at what's in our AA file. We have USA and UK, AB, UAE and Canada, AC, France and Switzerland, and the last one is Japan. Okay, so every file has 2 entries. Why we don't have 2 entries in the last file? Think about it. I'm gonna give you a couple of seconds. Okay, I hope you guessed it right, because we do not have, if you go to countries file, we do not have the exact numbers, meaning we do not have 8 lines. So that's why it took the first 2, put it in one, first 2, second file, first 2, third file, and since we didn't have anyone, Japan was the only one left alone. Sorry, Japan. And that's why it went just into one line to that file. That's how combining file and splitting files work. This is a helpful tool when you have to split large, long, huge files and you have to transfer from one computer to another. Linux versus Windows command. Why do we care about Windows when we are learning Linux, right? Well, certain times you do have to get into Windows to work or to perform certain tasks that will transfer files from one location to another or to run certain commands. So certain things that you would have to do eventually to work with Windows. But of course, mostly Windows is all GUI, but I think it's good that you should know certain differences between Linux and Windows. I will log into my Linux machine as well as I will bring up the Windows command line as well. What? Is there a Windows command line? Yes, there is. There is a Windows command line, but it is not purely used just like as Linux is used, but there are certain commands that we will run in Windows that does some of the functions that Linux does. Here are the few commands that you will see that are pretty much works the same way as it works in Linux, but the name of the command is different. So listing of a file or directory in Linux is ls-l, in Windows is dir. To rename a file is move in Linux and ren in Windows. Copy, simply straight copy, copy, and in Linux is copy, cp. Move and move, cls and clear, del, which is to remove a file or remove a directory, and rm in Linux. fc is to compare two files, diff is to compare two files. Find is to find something inside of a file, whereas grep does that in Linux. To get some help in Linux, you get man, and to get some help in Windows, you run command slash question mark, sorry. And then we have display your location in file system, we do pwd, and in Linux is change dir or chdr, I don't know how it is pronounced. And the last one we have date and time. Of course, the commands do not stop here. There are many other commands, but I'm just giving you examples of few of them, that there are some command lines that Windows have put up over the years to compete with Linux. But everybody knows that Windows is primarily used because it's GUI based, and Linux is primarily used in Linux because it's terminal or command line based. And when you have a command line as opposed to GUI, GUI takes a lot of CPU, a lot of memory, and Linux command line does not. So that's why Linux is so much faster. And then also with the command lines, you could do so many things as opposed to Windows. So I'm going to log into my Linux machine and run a few commands. The one I highlighted just to get to the lessons and just to get to make you understand what exactly the difference is. So this is my command line in Linux, and I'm gonna go over some of the ones that I have here is CL and in Linux. So when I do ls-ltr, it's the messages come up. When I type clear, it clears the screen. In Windows, I have this terminal open. If I type anything like this, hit enter, 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 or I could just see ls and it clears the screen as well. Then I have other commands such as, move the cursor, such as help command slash. So if I have a command that I'm running, let's say dir, then I will hit slash and question mark. See, it is giving me exactly, not exactly, but pretty much the same way as Linux does. And I do man on ls, this gives me the same help. Windows have actually catching up a lot of things on the command line, just like for Linux. And the reason they do that, they know that system administrator engineers who are really dealing with something very specific or something more robust, or they wanted to get the result right away, they wanted to get into the command line. So to compete in the market, that's why they came up with these command lines. Then next one I have chdr, which tells me which directory I am, and in Linux, what that command is, pwd, which directory I am. Then the last one is time, and in Linux is date, and it's time over there. I want you to run it yourself. I think I should run it because there's one thing I do want to tell you, that when you run time, it does give you a time, and then it prompts you to enter new time. Well, you don't have to worry about it, so you just control C out of it. Just like that, you control C out of Linux machine. So these are a few things that you should know if you are getting into a Linux job and Linux environment. It does not mean that you just gonna forget everything about Windows. Windows has been there for a while. It's I would say it's a very good operating system in terms of desktop users who use it every day, and of course most of the desktop market is captured by Windows. We should not forget that. We should give that credit to Microsoft, of course. But in server environment, in corporate environment where the higher level applications runs, then of course Linux wins. All right, guys.